Had a couple again. Oh, my mic's on.
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match down.
5-star performance.
Ball for big fish.
It's
Jack Drayton!
Bullseye! Bullseye! For 167 to join the 164. That was a masterclass of finishing from the pair. So 157 for Hendo and 6 from here. May only need the 3. Only does need the 3.
John Henderson.
Shouldn't go for the ball. But why not go for it and hit
Danny
it?
Lauby.
Don't listen to me, Danny. Do your own thing, pal. 2 12s.
Game shot on the second
Yeah,
leg.
that's
George
much
Cressy.
better for the match.
Game shot.
Tops is found, and
Seafree.
a match-winning opportunity here for Uriot.
Game shot.
Yeah,
and
double
the
10 is
match
pinned, and it
Uriot.
is.
It's Tuesday morning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It means we've reached the halfway point of this Group A. It's the gun, Tommy Morris, who is firing on all cylinders, having won all 5 of his opening matches as the action heats up here on the south coast of England, where the weather's getting hotter and the darts is getting hotter as well, because we have got some sizzling action for you on this Tuesday morning. Tommy the Gun Morris won all 5 on Monday, but he is being closely followed by John Henderson, the Highlander, who won 4 of his games on the opening day. Should be an intriguing day's worth of darts. We're going to be watching it in the company of Laura Turner. Laura, great to see you again. And it was a brilliant day for Tommy Morris yesterday. We've spoken about the year that he's had on the Challenge Tour, some of the results he's had on the Pro Tour, and he translated all of that onto this stage yesterday.
Yeah, he really did. We had big finishes, 167, 164. He just looked so confident, so comfortable, playing with a bit of a smile, real spring in his step. So, yeah, I think what he's doing away from here, he's really brought it this week.
And his big finishing yesterday, you mentioned the 167 there, and they came at pivotal times in games as well.
They did, but the 167, we were talking about it earlier, that he's almost got a smile on his face when it's like he's knowing that it's going to go. Obviously, that doesn't always go that way, but I think that just, again, lends itself to showing how much confidence he's got because of everything that he's doing away from here and what he's doing here as well.
Well, this is how the table looks overnight. Tommy Morris, top of the pile, 5 games, 5 wins for him. John Henderson picked up 4 victories from his opening day. Some really good performances in there. George Cressy equipped himself well on debut. He won 3 from 5. He's on 6 points overnight. Tran Uriot, the Dutch ADC qualifier, he'll be happy with the 4 points that he picked up yesterday. Steve Green with just the 1 win. Danny Lauby also with work to do on this Tuesday morning. In terms of Tommy Morris, he's a player that we know has had ability. We knew what he was capable of for a while. What in particular do you think has been the spark? What's clicked him in the right direction, do you think?
He's mentioned it himself. The fact that obviously he's really happy, home life, that side of things is all very good for him. But now he's got these opportunities. He's trying to take them with both hands. He's high up on the Challenge Tour. That's allowed him then to step up and play on the Pro Tour. He's kind of under the wing of a few of the pro players that have been on the tour for a long time. He's taking their advice on board, and everything just seems to be clicking for him at the right time. The fact that he's enjoying darts is a combination of factors, but for whatever reason right now, it's really working for him.
Well, let's have a look at the odds. This is what the bookies think. Now, no surprise that Tommy Morris is the favourite at 8-13, but John Henderson yesterday said in his pre-match interview that he hasn't played too much, he's a little bit undercooked, but there were some real encouraging signs from him on Monday.
Yeah, I thought he made a great start, a really, really strong start, winning 4 legs to nil. No signs of any kind of competitive rustiness from John Henderson there. Move forward with it. Obviously, the only game he lost was against Tommy Morris because Tommy won them all. But today's a different day. We call it moving day. If John Henderson can get the better of Tommy Morris, then it could really go right down to the wire when we come back here tomorrow.
It's going to be an interesting day, and it is 18+. And it is gambleaware.org if you can have a flutter on the Super Series on this Tuesday morning. Right, let's get into the action then. And we're going to see George Cressy in our opening match. It was an impressive debut day for him on Monday. He won 3 of his 5 games. And earlier on this morning, in preparation for his opening match against John Henderson, we spoke to George just to get to know him a little bit better. George, 3 wins on your opening day, your debut day here at the Super Series. Pleased with how it went?
I am in spells. I played solid in a couple of games and come back from 3-1 to 4-3, a couple of other games. But overall, in general, the 3 wins, it's a starting point for me.
You say solid overall. Do you feel as if there's still a little bit left in the tank?
There's loads more, to be fair. I haven't really, I've played, like I say, some solid stuff in parts, but there's a lot more to come from me. There's definitely a few more gears. We
were looking at some of your numbers yesterday in terms of the vault, how you qualified to get here to the Super Series, and there seemed to be a consistency about your game.
100%, that's what I found at the minute, the last few months. That's the main thing for me, is my consistency. And now, the averages are brilliant, but for me, it's just winning games. I know some of the averages ain't great, and you can have some really good averages as well, but for me it's just it's winning. As long as I can get over the line, then that's all that matters.
Because for yourself, you picked it up again recently after a bit of time away. Could you imagine that when you started picking the darts up again, things would have clicked as quickly as they did?
Definitely not. I didn't expect this. Like I say, I've done okay in the vaults, and I wasn't even going to go to the Modus qualifier, believe it or not, but it was only because my family and people around me pushed me to go, went up there, and yeah, like I say, I won it, and yeah, can't believe I'm here.
Just finally, have you set any goals for the week, or are you just taking it as it comes?
I have set some goals. Obviously, the main goal for everybody here is to get to finals night, and that's what I want to do. So whether it's through Group A, B, C, my main goal is to get through to Saturday night.
Wish you all the best. Go out, George.
Thank you, Emery. Cheers.
Yeah, really interesting to speak to George in preparation to today's action. And he takes on the Highlander John Henderson right at the beginning of Tuesday's play here on the south coast of England. 6 points for George Cressy on the opening day. One of his 2 defeats, though, did come against that man in your picture, the Highlander John Henderson, who picked up 8 points in a rather uniform table following the end of the first day's worth of play in Group A. For Cressy, the 29-year-old from Maidstone in Kent, making his debut, having only returned to the Yoki over the course of the last 4 or 5 months or so, up against Henderson, the 53-year-old from Huntley, a twice weekly winner in the past, looking to complete a Super Series hat-trick come Saturday night. There were some encouraging signs from one of the first day's players. We mentioned he's not played too much by way of competitive action in 2026. Been plying his trade a little bit more on the exhibition circuit. George Baker is the referee in charge of the action on this Tuesday morning.
Is George to throw first.
And his first task is to call
Game
forward
on.
George Cressy to the Yoki. And we mentioned the day that John Henderson had on Monday. Average of just under 90 for the session. 89.69
85.
was his overall daily average, and his doubling was ultra impressive. 17 hits and 43 attempts, 39.5% was his doubling stats for Monday
100.
at the Live Lounge. And if he can play to a similar level to that, he's going to give himself some tangible joy over the course of the next few days. So a very good morning to Laura Turner alongside me here
59.
in commentary. And this is an intriguing first game, a first game in which the winner will jostle for position behind Tommy Morris.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. As we said, we were
134.
chatting earlier, often referred to Tuesday as moving day. But if Tommy Morris continues to play in the same vein as he did yesterday, I think he's going to be quite hard to move from that top spot. But ultimately, players like
91.
John Henderson, George Cressy here, they have played themselves into a position where they could compete for that top spot and book themselves straight into finals night.
68.
Yeah, I was looking over those stats as well, and I know we mentioned it yesterday, but I think the area for George where he probably could just
108.
do with a little bit of attention, you'll be surprised to know, isn't the scoring phase, but more the finishing. There were some key moments where he just missed on the outer ring and was punished for it.
134. George, you require
Of the week
86.
for George, and he leaves himself on 86 after just 4 visits to get himself up and running. Double 16.
Game shot in the first leg.
5
George
visit start for
Cressy.
George Cressy to get himself up and running. Nice
Second leg
solid
is John to
start,
throw
and he had to
first.
take that
Game
out with
on.
Henderson following closely behind with 65 left.
51.
I had a chat this morning with Hindo, and you'll be able to watch that on Pluto TV in due course. And he was talking about what the Super Series has
100.
done to kind of relight a spark in his career, because he admitted that when he dropped off the tour at the end of 2022, he was at
59.
a little bit of a crossroads, didn't quite know where to go. He said the BDO WF system wasn't anything that he wanted to go back to, and he thought maybe the Challenge Tour was probably going to be the sole basis of his career, but
134.
the Super Series has kind of given him an avenue to still be able to play at a high level and still be able to showcase himself in front of the cameras and play for a tangible prize, which
100.
maybe he thought when he departed from the tour was maybe something of the past.
Yeah, and he's probably not the only person that's played on the PDC Pro Tour for a number of years and
97.
has felt the same about the opportunities that the Super Series here offers players.
Well, Cressy leaving himself on a finish after 9, the biggest
100.
finish
George,
after
you
9.
require
However, he's got 6 over here
170.
to get the Hendo break. I mean, he could just get it done in 3. He could just get it done with the ball and the big fish. But he
145.
hits the 25 wire.
Well, you asked the question to George this morning, is there anything left, is there any more in the tank, essentially? And he's
66. George, you
adamant
require
that
25.
yes, there is plenty more that he can produce. And perhaps we're seeing signs of it here.
Game shot in the second leg. George
Back-to-back
Cressy.
15s to go 2-0 to the good for Henderson. Not playing
Third leg
poorly,
is
but just
George to
finding
throw
himself
first.
a
Game on.
score behind in both the legs played so far.
Well, George at the moment is doing to John what John did to George yesterday. It was a 4-1 win in favour of Henderson. Henderson averaging just in excess of 91. But for John at the moment, he's pretty much around that average in this match. But George has really upped the ante. He's stepped up. Now you see the averages, as you say, John not doing a great deal wrong. It's just that the levels that George is finding.
Well, he did say in that interview he felt as if there was more gears to go, and early indications of exactly that.
100.
One thing we know about John Henderson is he isn't going to panic if he loses his first game. Yes, there is a potential that there might be a lot of hard work to do if Tommy Morris, as expected,
57.
gets the better of Twan Uriot in game 3 of the session. But his record in Group A is rather good. He's won 4 of these in the past, including 3 on the spin in Series 3, 4 and 5. You can make a case that Henderson is the Group A specialist. Always seems to find a way through. He's, as I say, 4 occasions he's done so in the past.
77.
Yeah, and I remember there was a period of time where he was getting through on Group A, but perhaps not always converting it on finals night. But he was one of the first players that I recall that really worked out what he needed to do on those 2 days off in order to come back and still be competitive right from the very off on a Saturday evening.
Well, he missed the ball for the 170 in the previous leg. He's not going to get a look at the ball for the 167 in this.
139.
Henderson hasn't had a dart at a double so far in this contest. He may only get 1 here. He's going to get the Brucey bonus of 2 at double 10.
Game shot in the third
Now,
leg.
with his first
John
attempt at the
Henderson.
outer ring, he finds 14 darter to bring it back to 2-1. And as you can see,
Fourth leg is
the
John
leg-by-leg
to
play
first.
there.
Game
15,
on.
15, 14, all in 5-visit range so far. This is world class.
135.
Yeah, if those first 2 legs were all about George Cressy, then John Henderson is going to make the next couple all about him. It's a break of throat for the Highlander.
140. $57.
Well, traversing around the board, unlucky not to find more than what he got.
$100.
Yeah, George seems to be one of those players as well that he doesn't seem to mind whether that dart sits above the treble,
100.
below the treble. He seems to be able to adjust because his darts, the angle they land in the board, they're not normally too much of a hindrance.
91.
Picks off the treble 17, and look what he's left again. Old Fishy. You won't want to be anywhere near Fish today. At
140.
week.
George, you require 170.
Can he reel it in? Well, he's taken the 1 off. And so Henderson, who was 2-0 down,
78.
didn't have a
John,
dart
you
at a
require
double
69.
in the opening couple of legs, returns for an opportunity to square up at 2-2. Tops it is.
29.
Toss goes
George,
high.
you require 92.
So treble 17, and he's missed the big 17. Yeah, he's taken that option of going, it's kind of a bit more of an old school route where you bring the
John,
25 in for a kind of
40.
mid-90s range shot, but yeah, he's fluffed his lines.
Yeah, he's made a bit of a mess of that. Can Hendo
20.
step in?
George, you require
No is
63.
the answer. 3 missed at tops, and so Cressy returns 63 for the break, and to re-establish the 2-leg buffer in this game. Double
47.
16.
John, you require 20. Game shot
Double
the
10
fourth leg,
found, and
John
Henderson's back level at
Henderson.
2-2.
Fifth leg is George to throw first. Game on. 85.
So 2-2, Henderson turning around a 2-0 deficit in this game to level up, and now pushing on.
180.
Yeah, Hendo's first max of the match. You can't say by any means it's been a slow start for John in those first couple of legs. It was just all about George and producing some real quick legs. But since then, from 2-0 down, Henderson has looked in fine
80.
form indeed.
$180.
Maxi for Cressy.
$140.
Followed up by
Georgia
Hendo
Clark,
140, which is exactly what Cressy's looking at here to re-establish the lead at 3-2.
Just needs to make sure of the single number. Does so.
John, you require
A
101.
little bit of pressure applied to this 101 here for John Henderson. There's a dart at tops for a ton plus checkout,
Game
and
shot
it's
of it
pinned
there,
by
John
the
Henderson.
Highlander.
And that 12 darter, the best that we've seen so far in this contest. Well, it's been a really good contest between the pair. And Hendo from 2-0 down now finds himself 3-2 to the good. And importantly, because he's found a break there, has the darts in his hand to get the job done.
140.
And it was almost the perfect start to that leg for John Henderson.
96. $59.
So Cressy, if he loses this game, then it feels like the goalposts may shift rather quickly because
96.
Tommy Morris, if he gets the better of Twan Uriot, will move 6 clear of him, and all of a sudden it feels like he's battling to get into Group B as opposed to maybe
96.
chasing the win of the group.
Yeah, but he was quite honest, wasn't he, in his evaluation of, he has actually set targets. You get some players here that are like, no, I'm just going to kind of see how it goes. I mean, George has come here with the focus of making it through.
99.
But he did say, even if it's not Group A, he will try and do this via Group B, via Group C. So I quite like that, the honesty and the target set.
125.
And look, based on the past and what he has done before he took the break from the sport, why can't he qualify for a Saturday?
Well, if he keeps throwing darts like these, then
140. John, you require
it's
81.
like a real possibility.
So 81 for the match. Remember, Henderson trailed 2-0 in this game. Please miss the
56.
bullseye to rattle off
George,
4
you
on the
require
spin.
70.
I should get at least one dart at a double. Needs to make sure of the single number. Does so.
38.
Again,
John,
they're
you
the key
require
chances
25.
that just keep going awry for Cressy.
One match dart already missed. He's going to get 2 more at double 12. Now double 6.
13.
And Cressy being given
George, you
another
require
opportunity,
32.
being given an olive branch to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
Double 8. Both well thrown
Game
darts,
shot
and
the
he
sixth leg.
uses that,
George Cressy.
adjusts well, and does level us up at 3 apiece.
7th and final leg is George to throw
Well, it was a
first.
scrappy one, but
Game
both players
on.
have won a scrappy one so far in this game. It's Cressy who has the honour to get us underway in the last leg. Decent game, you can see that. It's reflected in terms of
60.
the averages that the pair are mustering right now. Big
85.
class start for Hendo. Gets that treble, just keeps himself in touch.
Yeah, but as you say, although this is just game number 1 of day number 2, it does feel that
100.
for George, does he then start thinking differently about maybe not topping the table? But for John, puts him level on
100.
points with Tommy Morris, and then he feels very much in contention for that top spot.
And takes on Tommy Morris in his next game. So there's a real opportunity to strike while the iron's hot for him.
Yeah.
Looking really good.
100.
You know what they say about absence? Making the dart grow fonder.
120.
So 1-2-1 left after 12 for George Cressy to get over the line. Started off impressively, back-to-back
41.
15 dart legs
George,
to
you require 121.
put him 2-0 to the good. Henderson rattled off 3 on the spin before then missing match darts in the previous leg. But now it's Cressy's chance to get this game won. And he's going to get a match dart, a double 18. And he's going to get double 18
George Cressy.
for what was a third 15 darter out of the 4 he won. Wrapping it up for 1-2-1 checkout. That was a corker of a contest to kick the day off. Cressy edges it in 7. He beats Hendo 4-3. Coming up after the break, Steve Green takes on Danny Laube. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw George Cressy get the better of John Henderson by 4 legs to 3. Decent performance for both players actually in that game. Couple of ton-plus checkouts, including the 1-2-1 from George to get the game wrapped up. Game 2 is a meeting between Danny Lauby and Steve Green, the United States of America, taking on Wales in this particular clash. Green, who made it through to the Champions League final in Series 13, 45 years of age from Walkden, playing with a 23-gram custom dart, up against Lauby, the 33-year-old from Terre Haute in Indiana, the United States of America. Series 4, Week 1 winner. That came 3 years ago when he got the better of Wesley Harms in the final. For Lauby, he'll be hoping that today is a better day. Didn't go to plan whatsoever
First
for
leg
him on
is
Monday.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
And you could tell just towards the end that he was just getting a little bit hot under the collar about it.
Yeah, it's really deflating, isn't it? Because we know exactly how well Danny Lauby can play.
100.
Didn't get going yesterday. I know he's been putting in the work. You know, he's been playing in a lot of the vaults. Sometimes you can maybe just kind of do too much.
85.
Having that little bit of a breakaway, that can make a big difference. And by that, I just mean like the odd week or two here, just to get yourself a little bit of time to rest and recover. But like you say, he just looked a little bit flat, a little bit down,
60.
especially towards the back end of yesterday's play. It was all about that first start for
60.
me yesterday. It kept going low, and he had attempts at tops, and they were pulling into like very low down in the 20s. We had a couple that pulled into the 5s. The tops, 10s, that route really wasn't working for him. Just needs to get that first start right.
45.
Hopefully he'll be able to push on today.
Well, Tuesday's moving day, but you get the sense that Tuesday's a motivation day for Danny Lauby. He's probably already kind of
45.
said to himself that Group C is probably going to be the realistic end point for him come the end of this group. And so, in that regard, he's got 2 days to get his game in place to make sure that when he gets to his secondary group,
140.
he has the best possible chance of progressing through to Saturday night's final.
Yeah, despite having just, one
91.
bad day
Steve,
at the
you've got
office, so to speak, or on the
156.
oche, as we would put it. But it just because you've had that one bad day, you can just play yourself into form. And as you say, draw a line under what's happened, come back into the next group just that bit stronger.
82.
Well, one swallow doesn't make an Amazon.
60. Steve, you require 74.
74 for Steve Green to take the opening leg. Double 16.
42 scored. Game shot in the first leg. Steve Green.
Comfortable hold of throw in the end for the Welshman. And that's for
Second
Steve
leg
Green.
is
I mean,
Danny to throw
let's
first.
be honest,
Game on.
even his day yesterday probably didn't make for the best of reading when you consider the things that Steve has done here over the last kind of 12 months.
115.
Yeah, picked up just the one win. Although, admittedly, picked up one win, but still won more legs yesterday than George Cressy, who picked up 6 points in the table. Just goes to show he was on the wrong end of a few tight margins.
43.
Average for the day of just underneath the 81 mark. Had just the 180. And on his run through to the Champions League final, it was his
84.
power scoring that was such a key trait of his. And in terms of the finishing, 14 hits and 43 attempts, 32.5% the checkout ratio for the Welshman.
58.
As for Danny Lauby, I'm not even going to talk about his daily average. But the finishing was at best dire.
174.
4 from 27, 14% on the outer ring.
But this is a more positive leg for the American. Danny down to a finish
60.
after just
Danny
9
require
darts.
Just clips off the wire. 56 left. He's got plenty of time and space.
88.
And already there just seems to be a bit more zip about Danny. I know it's only leg 2 of the day, but you just get the sense, don't you?
And you said yesterday that, you know, Danny perhaps he's not
60.
notoriously known
Danny,
for the
you
fact that
require
you're
40.
negotiating Group A. Not every
Game shot
player.
the second leg. Danny
The start
Lauby.
time doesn't suit every single player, so they try and play themselves into a position to perhaps go into Group B, play in the evening.
The leg is Steve to the very first.
But
Game on.
this is definitely more positive signs for Danny.
Here's a fun fact for you fun fact fans out there. Danny Lauby is the only player to have played a Group A
57.
session at night. It was September 2022. And we had to move
100.
the session because of another major event happening in the United Kingdom that day. There was 5 other players involved in that session. Danny was one of the 6. Other such players include the likes of Seb
140.
Białecki, Scott Williams, Alex Small. I think Lee Cox was in there as well.
100.
Yeah, Lee Cox back in action this week as well. Group B. Group
44.
B and Group C. Well, that all kicks off live and free on Pluto TV from Thursday.
53.
Yeah, really not much to split these two at the moment.
135.
Well, the 135 leads Steve Green on 125. Albi needs a treble here to leave himself on a
60.
finish and able
Steve,
to
you've got
muster it.
125.
And it feels like one of those games where the player who's had the throw at the beginning of legs is just getting considerable joy. 6 on the 125 for Steve Green. He may only need the 3.
105.
Tops just drops low.
$32. Steve,
Again,
you
it's
require
just the
20.
The weight of the dart is just not right on a consistent level for Danny Lauby.
10. Danny, you require 156.
Yeah, and a miss there for Steve Green, but Danny Lauby needs to find 3 perfect darts and can't get the combination on the 156 started.
45. Steve, you require 10.
Well, the double 5
6.
diverts low,
Danny,
and if
you've got
Lauby finds this
111.
111, he'll have full command of the contest. He'd have the break, he'd have a 2-1 lead, he'd find himself halfway there. And he's going to get a dart, a double top, to
Game
put
shot the
himself
third
in front.
leg,
That was
Danny
superb
Lauby.
from Lauby. Certainly seeing some glimpses now of why he
Well, there
is
it
one
is,
of North
Danny to the
America's
reverse.
best.
Game on.
And there you can see the telling stats so far of this match. 1 from 8 for Steve Green, but it's perfection on the outer ring today so far for Danny Lauby.
91.
An area that he really struggled with yesterday. As you mentioned, Henry, about 14% finishing average. That is not up to par, but this is better.
You know, there was points yesterday where Danny
60.
Lauby couldn't finish his dinner. Now he's finishing everything.
60.
He is a man that plays with sheer intensity. I mean, look at him stare that ball down in the background.
59.
If looks could kill.
Yeah, awkward first start. It's forcing him to switch.
58.
Yeah, that's for Steve Green. That last leg definitely it was one that got away.
$140.
It's that first start which he hasn't been finding on a
100.
frequent enough basis. He'd be disappointed he didn't follow it up. But far more encouraging.
Yeah, despite not following it up, they were all there or thereabouts.
81.
Green leaves himself on a finish to level up at Lauby. And we got the break in the previous leg. Has put himself in a really good position to move too clear. Simply put, this has to go. And the 161 will not be got. So Lauby returning, looking at 52 to move and sell two clear.
57. Danny, you require 52.
Tops it is.
Game shot in the fourth leg. Danny Lauby.
Yeah, and that perfection on the outer ring continues for Danny Lauby. 3 from 3.
Fifth leg, it's Steve.
3 legs to 1 up.
Game on.
Wins this game. He will have as many legs in his first match as he did for 5 games
44.
yesterday.
Yeah, and if you go over the kind of playing stats from yesterday, Danny Lauby in this
60.
match, I mean, he's already averaging in excess of his highest average yesterday, so it's definitely an improvement on what we were seeing.
60. $54.
Danny's never been one that's been labelled as a big power scorer. He's not somebody that you expect to be hitting big scores off a lampshade. He's kind of carved out a career off of being rock solid. Very much a ton 40 man, a ton man. Gets himself on a finish after 12, maybe 15. But when you get himself in finishing range, which is why we were so surprised with the 14% on the outer ring yesterday.
91.
Because usually, when he gets a go at Saint, by and large, he takes advantage of that opportunity. But we are seeing more signs of that on this Tuesday morning.
43.
And Steve Green just cutting a bit of a frustrated
45.
figure up on the stage early doors this morning. And it's something we touched on yesterday, but you do wonder where Steve's had quite a lot of recent success here
94.
at the Live Lounge. Obviously picking up a week runner-up on Champions Week just gone. Does that bring a little bit of expectation when you walk back through the doors?
60. Steve, you require
Steve Green just
120.
maybe feeling a little bit of the pressure.
He's got 6 from here to reduce the gap to 1, and that's a perfect guy for the treble. Couldn't just slot it over the top.
45.
We'll return for 75. Lauby will probably now look to cash in the insurance
60.
policy of the
Steve,
fact
you
that he
require
has the darts in the
75.
next leg to get this game completed.
Yeah, but Steve has been in this position in legs previously and just let it slide. But he does have 2 here. It's double 12. Double 6.
63. Danny, you require 131.
Treble 17. Oh no, he decides to go upstairs. Well, now look at the treble 17.
57. Steve, you require 12.
Danny Lauby just chipping away at his score. But it's Steve Green again with the chance.
Game
Just
shot in the fifth
squeezes
leg.
it
Steve Green.
into the bottom of the double 6.
Doesn't matter what part of the
Six leg
segment
is
it's in as long
Danny
as it
to
is.
break
And
first.
look at Danny
Game on.
Lauby scowl there. That was the type of grimace that John Part would have been proud of. And he now throws to win this match.
85.
But I don't think we perhaps saw this level of intensity from Danny yesterday either. I'm just
85.
wondering if it's like coming back in this morning and just trying to right a few of the wrongs that happened yesterday.
Just look flat, and we
100.
kind of referenced it on commentary yesterday. That's certainly not the look of a man who's feeling flat.
57.
Yeah, Steve Green also
44.
looking focused, but perhaps a little bit frustrated at how he's performing in this first match.
85.
Just 2 points separating the pair of them.
60.
Well, Albie on throw has just opened up the door here for Steve Green. Needs a couple of trebles to leave himself on a finish.
100.
Ton just keeps him tapping on the shoulders, but Albie
45.
has just about left himself on a finish after 5 visits.
Yeah, I think that's more luck than judgment there.
58. Danny, you require 167.
And neither player, you feel, are kind of charging towards the finish line. They're just chipping away at their scores.
Well, yesterday, Danny Laube had a 167 hit against him by Tommy
84.
Morris. That
Steve,
won
you
the
require
gun, the game
116.
against the American. But Laube unable to dish out the same medicine to Steve Green. And we might be going all the way because he looks at double top for 116 checkout and
Danny,
he
you require
kisses the wire.
83.
You could hear that touch the wire as it went into the board. Mightily unlucky. But again, an early slip from Laube means he has to hit a treble. Doesn't.
27.
He could be going the distance
Steve,
again in
you
game
require
2.
40.
So double top to give us our second consecutive last leg decider. 2 10s. Now chasing 5s.
35.
So that diverts low, and
Danny,
so
you
Laube
require
is back 56 to finally get it wrapped up. He's made hard work of finishing off this game.
16.
And still hasn't finished it off.
Steve, you require
First start,
5.
Danny Laube has missed at a double in this match. Is he about to be punished for
James
7
on the
misses? He
sick there,
is,
Steve
because
Green.
Steve Green levels it up at 3 apiece. We have a last leg shootout.
7th and final leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Feels like
Game
it's
up.
going to be one of them days.
$84. $140.
That's a really good riposte that from Laube. Missed a couple of match darts. Could have been so easy for his head to have dropped, having been broken in the previous leg. And for all that Steve Green has done right over the last 6 months, Laube is the most experienced player on this stage. Of that, there's no doubt.
82.
It's a good switch. Picks off the treble 19. It's just got the feel, isn't it, of a couple of players that are just desperate to get
58.
off to such a good, a good start, so they can start building. Because yesterday for both of them just didn't go to plan.
Classic case of 2 players trying
59.
too hard here, isn't it? Problem Danny Laube's got is not just is he without a point, but his legs difference after day 1 was minus 16.
94.
Yeah, because they weren't just defeats; they were heavy defeats. Well, Steve Green, by way of hitting 94,
100.
has not left himself on an attainable finish.
All about trying to leave it handed in his opponent, hoping that Laube bodges the chance on the
95.
120.
Danny, you require 120.
He has already had a 111 in this game. Is he going to finish off with a 120? Double top for the Shanghai.
80.
And that's another
Steve, you
match dart
require
missed.
70.
Yeah, 3 match darts come and gone for Danny Laube.
And now Steve Green has a match dart.
30.
And he misses
Danny,
a
you
chance
require
to
40.
win this contest. So Laube with 3 more in
Game
hand,
start,
and he
and the
doesn't
match,
need any
Danny
more
Laube.
opportunities to wrap this game up, and that's a first win of the week for Danny Laube. Much more like it from the American. Of course, there's still gears to go, but he will take that for starters. It was the finishing that was the key attribute to that performance which yields him a first win of the week. Coming up next, Twan Uriot takes on Tommy Morris. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Danny Laube get his first win of Group A, a 4-3 success over Steve Green. Next up for us, Tommy Morris, the man at the top of the table, a man who won all 5 of his games on Monday, taking on the Dutch debutant Twan Uriot, 36 years of age, from Purmerend, making his debut in this competition, up against Tommy Morris, the 33-year-old from Poole in Dorset. Last time he played here, he got through to the weekly final, where he lost out to Keanu Van Velzen. It was a very productive day for the gun on Monday. His numbers, world class. Played 10, won 5. Overall daily average of 94.35. That was only by hitting 3 180s.
Game
Had
on.
4 ton plus checkouts, including a 167 and a 164 against Danny Lauby. Had a high average of 107.5
78.
in said game. 20 out of 42 in terms of his checkouts, 47.5% on the outer
58.
ring. That was world class from start to end from Tommy yesterday.
Yeah, and as you say, it came the averages and the big scores and the finishes.
42.
They came without the backing of very many 180s. When you think of everything that he posted, so it just shows that the two treble hitting, that level of kind of consistent two single treble hitting, it was very good indeed. Only player in the field to have averaged in excess of 100 yesterday.
108.
Well, we mentioned already just the 3 180s yesterday when he's found one in the first leg of his first match today. But I will say this match in
85,
particular,
Tommy, you
it
require
did go down to a
138.
last leg decider.
Number 12 to keep the day off
Game
at
shot in the first
138.
leg, Tommy
Might be the
Morris.
quickest 138 checkout we've ever seen.
Second leg is Tommy to throw first. Game on. 100.
Well, that's some way to get things started. 12 data, 138 checkout. Tommy Morris is very much in the swing of things.
140.
Yeah, it's an early breaker throw, but it's a good start in leg 2 for Uriet. And I think I was quite impressed with it. I was
100.
impressed with Uriet yesterday because we didn't really know what to expect from him. He's come through on an ADC qualifier, making his debut here, and I felt like he just got better and better
85.
as the day went on. As I say, he's the only one to have forced Tommy Morris yesterday into a last leg decider. And his numbers don't make for bad
140.
reading either. Had a ton plus checkout, had 5 maximums. He averaged for the day, in excess of 83. But his checkout as well,
60,
40%.
Tommy,
And
you've got
that's pretty.
161.
That's going to win you more matches than not if you can keep that checkout percentage around there.
Yeah, it's just a case of sometimes in push game to shove, maybe he wasn't able to cross the line. But it was a
137.
very productive day. And if he carries on playing in that kind of vein, he's going to get some tangible joy this week. But he's not going to get any kind of tangible joy here because
90,
Tommy Morris
Tommy, you require
finished off the leg in
24.
12 darts in leg 1. And after 12 in this, has left himself on a double.
Game shot in the second leg. Tommy Morris.
Well, I feel like he's going to have to settle for a 14. But I think that's just indicative of how well Tommy has been playing. And
Game on.
you always have to back it up. Tommy said himself, you don't win anything on a Monday. It's all about getting through to Saturday's finals. But
43.
seems to be on course to back up all the play that he did yesterday. I know we're only 2 legs in, but that is a nice looking average.
60.
Get rid of it. It's awful now.
I'd take it. It's kind of double what you normally hit, Henry.
Triple.
60.
I'm lucky to score 109, let alone average it.
I don't know why I'm. I don't have much room to
58.
talk, to be perfectly honest.
$43.
But certainly for Tommy Morris, it's been a reset in terms of mentality, which has brought a changing of results. Because I think it's fair to say that around about this time last year, as he passed in his second max of the game, we were talking about Tommy as to what direction he's going to go in, because we knew how talented he was, but
140.
maybe never really kicked on in the way that we thought he would do. Well, this year,
99.
he has found something.
No, that's it. And I think we can probably align that with a lot of other players that we see coming here. You're just waiting for them to do the next big thing, make that move. And
45.
some
Tommy,
players
you've
do
got
it really
104.
quickly, and some just take a little bit more time. But you feel that this is the time for Tommy Morris as he
88.
narrowly misses out on a
Tommy, you've
104
got
checkout.
170.
Another. The thing is, he's being forced to take it out.
82.
Close he's got to
Tommy, you
finishing off a
require
leg.
16.
He hasn't had a chance at the outer
Game
ring, and
shot
he's
the
not going to
third
get one in
leg,
leg
Tommy
3
Morris.
either, because Tommy Morris is on a mission.
4-4-1 the match
Fourth leg is
time.
Tommy to throw
I
first.
don't think
Game
he'll
on.
break the 5.5. But what I will say is this is quick fire brilliant.
140.
Averaging 109.53 in excess of anything he did yesterday.
And he's back in the red bit again. And look at the
140.
smile on his face. He knows he's playing well. He's enjoying himself up there.
I would be smiling if I was averaging 111.14.
180.
Hurry up. Trying everything he can to stay in the match.
57.
And it's a finish we know he's capable of getting because he's already taken it out this week.
60.
It's going to be
Tommy, you require
5:31.
164.
But it could be a 6-minute game or sub-6-minute game. However, back into the context of winning the match, he does have 6 darts to get the job done.
58.
Couple of consecutive treble-less visits for Tommy Morris. Very uncharacteristic of what we've seen throughout the entirety of this
82.
match.
Tommy, you require 106.
Triple 18. Gets it double 16 for the match. And to cap off,
74. Devan, you require
a
98.
blinding start.
Again, he has got a dart at a double. It's his first dart at a double in the match.
80.
It's a good effort, but the outcome
Tommy,
is
you
Tommy
require
Morris has more
32.
match-winning chances.
Well, he breezed through the first few legs. However, if he doesn't take out this double 8, he may be forced to do some more work in this game.
24. Devan, you require 18.
Just making a little bit of a mess of things, making
Game
it difficult for
shot the
himself
fourth leg,
in that
Uriot.
last leg, Tommy Morris. But all credit to Uriot. Manages to find a way past in 16
The
darts,
leg
and
is
it is a
Devan to
breaker
the
throw. And
first.
if Uriot can
Game
find a
on.
way of holding here, then the whole outlook of this game is very different.
And credit to Twan as well, because it could have been so easy to have just accepted his
140.
fate, but has kept himself honest. There was a slight mishap in terms of finishing off the game for
140.
Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy had 4 darts to get over the line in that previous leg.
85.
As you say, Twan just seems to be able to go up there and just dig deep, stay in the fixture for as long as he can.
All he could do is pose questions and hope that Tommy buckles.
Yeah, but we've seen it so many times, haven't you? When you've got a player who's coming up against an
45.
opponent that is playing as well as Tommy was, that it is quite easy to kind of think, right, well, I'm out of this one. I'm just going to focus on match number 2. But you
100.
don't get any of that from Uriot.
It's a rather levelled head and rather broad shoulders. So Morris here, 126. To eventually get this one, average in excess of
99.
103.
Tommy, you got 126.
Hitting those handful of match darts in the previous leg. Treble 19 gives himself another match dart at the bull. Unable to get.
94.
What are we
Devan, you
going
got
to have?
132.
Champagne early this morning. It's the champagne shot on, but the first dart goes wide.
54. Tommy, you require 32.
Double 16. Wraps it up in 13. It is
Game
in.
shot and the match.
Squeezes
Tommy Morris.
in. But there was an air of comprehensiveness about that victory. Tommy Morris stormed out the gate. 12 followed by 14 for the first 2. He wins by 4 legs to 1 with an average of 102.62, and he's also nicked the referee's glasses. Fair to say that Tommy Morris is in high spirits. So wouldn't you be after a performance like that? Of course you would. Coming up next, Danny Dalby takes on George Cressy.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Tommy Morris of an average of 102.62 made it 6 wins out of 6, running right against Tran Uriot by 4 legs to 1. So 6 wins out of 6. God knows what that was all about. Anyway, game 4 of the session sees Danny Lauby and George Cressy go head to head. And it's good to see that George Baker's got his glasses back. Otherwise, we may have had to have filed a complaint to HR. But for Danny Lauby, he got his first win against Steve Green last time out, average of 76 and change. That's for George Cressy. He beat John Henderson. What was a superb contest. Average just a shade over 95, 4 from 11 in terms of his finishing.
First
Couple of
leg is
maxis
Danny
in there.
to throw first.
And a 1-2-1
Game on.
checkout to get the game won in a last leg decider.
Yeah, proper contest, wasn't it, between Cressy and Henderson in the opening match of the
100.
session. Could have gone either way, but George, he did say that he's got levels that he didn't quite demonstrate yesterday, despite picking up 3 wins out of the 5 matches.
131.
So I'm excited to see what he brings in this match. If these games go to the form that we've seen from both
60.
these players so far today, then you feel that George is going to be the one that emerges victorious. But there was some more positive signs from Danny Lauby, not just by getting the win, but there were moments in the match where he looked very much more himself.
140.
Yeah, we kind of mentioned in the commentary in the first game, he just looked a little bit flat on Monday, did Danny, but there's certainly a bit more pep in his step.
45.
Well, it will be George down to a
100.
finish first after just 9 darts thrown.
$59. Georgia
So
Carr,
Cressy 130, and he's got time on his side, so doesn't have to chase the bullseye if he doesn't want to. Which is why he has a look at the treble 19. Should look at the treble 17 now. 51
90.
leads himself tops when he comes back.
$64. Georgia require 40.
For an early breaker throw for Cressy.
Game shot in the first
Yeah,
leg.
14
George
dart breaker
Cressy.
throw. George Cressy continuing where he left off in his opening match.
Second leg is George to throw first. Game up.
Yeah, it was a quick start in his opener. Back-to-back 15 darters, wasn't it, to go 2-0 to the good against Hendo.
58. $60.
Cressy in charge.
Yeah, and to think he may not have even made it here. It was his family that convinced him to go along and have a go at the
100.
qualifier to get a place here at the live lounge.
And it's funny how many stories like that you hear. I mean, the most
54.
infamous one's probably Rob Cross, who was effectively driven to a UK Open qualifier back in 2016. Wasn't going to go, was forced to go. Wins the qualifier, and the rest, as they say, is history. Played Michael Van Gerwen on the big stage, then won the Challenge Tour, and we all saw what he did from that point onwards.
54. $59.
Well, despite George not quite being on a finish yet, Danny Lauby is lagging well behind in
43.
this leg.
$134.
Well, there's one-way traffic, and then there's this match.
100. Georgia require 54.
So 54 to go 2-0 up. For cruise control. Easy street.
Game shot
And
in
at the
second leg.
moment,
George
slim
Cressy.
pickings of the American.
I think what we've seen from Cressy today, though, is definitely an
Third leg is
improvement
Danny
in
to
the
throw first. Game
early
on.
stages of today's play when it's come to the finishing. There were a couple of games yesterday that got away from George, and most of that was down to missed chances on the outer ring.
119. $140. 83.
Yeah, that'll be in the background. I mean, he kind of wears his heart on his sleeve a little bit anyway, but he looks like he means business today.
57.
And the frustrating thing will be is he thought, okay, I've got the first win. Maybe I'll kick on from this point. It wasn't his best performance, but points are points. And
54.
he's nosedived into the opposite direction again.
$60.
Just looks unflustered, doesn't he, George Cressy?
There is not much he gives away on the oche.
60.
We mentioned it yesterday, used words like stoic. There is very little by way of reaction.
58. $65.
He's himself on the Shanghai Mist tops for this to win his game against Steve Green last time out.
59. Danny Aqua 120.
And he hasn't had an opportunity to finish off a leg at all in this game. And he's not going to get an opportunity here.
30. Georgia require 127.
No, this is a game that's been dominated by George Cressy. Joe 19 will give him a shot at the ball.
55.
But as it stands, it's
Danny,
Lauby
you
who
require
may be
90.
getting his first attempt at a double.
Chase the treble and pay
50.
the price.
Georgia requires 72.
And so Cressy here for the double break at a 3-0 lead. 14 and Bull. Bull for 3-0.
47. Danny, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game shot in the third leg. Danny
He
Lauby.
does get the leg on the board. That there is first attempts at a double, and the
Fourth
setup
leg is George to throw first. Game up.
ultimately bit of a scrappy leg between the pair of them. 23 darts thrown.
$91.
And this is where George Cressy has to be careful because he's absolutely dominated this game right from the outset.
60.
But if he has an off leg here and Lauby just fine Saint, we're back at 2-2 in a game which he should have wrapped up 4-zip.
Well, yeah, look, there's a 20-point gulf in terms of the averages between the pair of them because of how solid George was in the first couple of legs.
140.
But he's dropped off about 20 points on his own personal average, which means he's allowing Danny to play himself back into a
100.
bit of form, get himself a bit of confidence. You can't allow your opponent to do that.
And by hitting the single
45.
5 there meant that any opportunity to finish was off the cards. Lauby can leave a finish, but he had to hit the lot there.
85.
And so Cressy 6 from here to move 2 clear again and to put himself 1 leg away from the finishing post.
140.
That's better from Cressy. Just stretching the advantage. Pressure on Lauby's shoulders because he needs a couple of big trebles. He's got one.
194. 81. George, you require 85.
For a 3-1 lead. To go 2 clear again. 2
Game
clear
shot
again,
on
and
the
that's a
fourth leg,
14
George
darter
Cressy.
pinned on double 14. Cressy 3-1 to the good and finds himself 1 away
Fifth
from
leg is
victory.
Danny to throw first. Game on.
And again, it's another one of those routes. We were talking about it yesterday, the fact that players are really starting to utilise different doubles on the board.
100.
Double 14 is definitely one that people look at. 85, you traditionally think treble 15 tops, but it's not always the regulation route now.
60.
Wins this, he moves on to 10
60.
points. Just ask the question of Tommy Morris, who remember takes on John Henderson in the next game. If Hendo wins that, then there's a possibility you could be seeing a lot of
100.
players tight to one another. 2 points would be the separable factor of the top three.
We did think yesterday this group had the potential very early on to become a bit of a
100.
three-horse race, and it's looking like that could be the case.
$60. 60.
Larby could not locate the treble, and it just opens up the door slightly here for George Cressy. If he can find a couple of big trebles himself, he will be down to a finish.
100. 83.
Release himself on a 2 darter, but not the desired 2 darter that perhaps he would have wanted.
$93. Danny, you require 98.
Well, 88 left for Cressy if Lowby cannot take out the 98. Treble 18 leaves double 12. The double 12
74.
goes wide of the mark.
George, you require 88.
Yeah, over to George. 18s for the ball for a 4-1 victory.
63. Danny, you require 24.
Match start missed on the central target. Lowby
Game
gets
shot in the
double
fifth leg.
12
Danny
to
Lowby.
extenuate the game.
Sixth leg is George to throw first. Game up.
Cressy with the insurance policy here of getting this match wrapped up. But the story of that leg by leg there is Cressy's doing the good stuff in this game.
91.
The 2 legs that Lowby won, he's had to rely on his opponent missing opportunities in both.
140.
And it's just the consistency, isn't it, from Cressy? We've seen those 14 darters, but the fact that you've got a 23 darter and a, you know, in
60.
the mix as well just shows that it's a bit up and down between these two.
But the more down that it is up is the better for Danny Lowby, who
54.
has been like a yo-yo.
83. 140.
A much better visit from Lowby, who is really now threatening to level it up at 3 apiece.
100. Danny, you require 167.
The shot's no longer on, and George is also staring down a 167.
97. George, you require 167.
It wouldn't be the first time that Lowby's had this finish taken out against him to lose a contest, but George Cressy won't do what Tommy Morris did to him.
97.
And so Lowby
Danny, you
looking
require
at 70
70.
to give us a third last leg decider in the opening 4 matches on this Tuesday. Tops is
Game
there,
shot the sixth leg,
and
Danny
we head the
Lowby.
distance. A third last leg decider
Seventh
in
and
4
final leg is Danny
matches
to
on
throw
this
first.
Tuesday
Game
morning.
up.
This group hardly separable so far.
Yeah, best leg that we've seen from Danny Lowby out in 15 darts. It was an
140.
important break of throw. And now, just wonder if it's Danny Lowby that now goes into this last leg as a bit of a favourite, because he's starting to find the treble with a little bit
140.
more regularity.
44. 121.
Well, Daniel Albee is looking to turn the screwdriver in this last leg.
54.
It's been a really back and forth contest between the two. But this is
140.
good from Cressy. 140, 121, 140. Down to a ton after just 9 darts.
Really good last leg. For Daniel Albee, I'll have a feeling that all the games he made to
87.
try and
Georgia
take us all
require
the way
100.
would have come to pass. But anyway, this for the win, and he's got 6 on this point.
Yeah, and he's going to need them all
26.
because he's made a bit of a mess at the setup from 100. Just 26 points scored. Now we're looking to pile on a bit of pressure,
60.
but not too much
Georgia
applied.
requires 74.
So 74 to make it 2 wins out of 2
Game
to
shot.
kick the
and
day
match,
off, and that moves
Cressy.
George Cressy on to 10 points in Group A. Daniel Albee had worked hard to take this match the distance, but once we got there, was unable to do any damage on throw. Henderson Morris is next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, George Cressy got the better of Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 3. Game 5, a meeting between John Henderson and Tommy Morris. Morris has won all 6 of his games so far in this group. A victory in this one would see him re-establish a 4-leg gap at the top of the table. And it would mean that John Henderson would be 6 points off Morris at the top of the Group A table. And so all of a sudden his attentions would divert to
43.
ensuring of a top 3 finish and a place in Group B on Thursday and Friday evening. As for Tommy,
96.
well, he got out the gate firing. 102.62 average en route to a 4-1 win against Twan Uriot.
40.
And at a point, he was averaging, what, 3 and a bit legs in, about 111.
180.
And he's carried on. Well, we said yesterday he didn't hit many 180s, Tommy Morris, but it's fair to say that on Tuesday he's got his max cap on.
60.
Yeah, he hit 3 180s in its entirety yesterday. Already hit 3 this morning.
$186. $87.
Kicked off his first game with a 138.
30. Tommy, you require 100.
And he didn't hang around hitting it either. Triple 18. Double 12. It was
126.
almost like for like.
Well, 2 6s upon his return
100. Tommy, you require
to get the break
12.
here for Tommy Gunn.
Game
In
shot
it
the first
goes.
leg. Tommy Morris.
And now a 13 darter to start.
Second leg is Tommy to throw first. Game up.
Tommy Morris is just looking
58.
to completely dominate this group, book his place into Friday and try and come back and actually get across the line and pick up a weekly title.
28. 100. 83.
Back in the red bit again. Second dart just took a bit of a
125.
deflection, but there's just no hesitation from Tommy Morris, who is just maintaining this exceptional level.
41.
It's getting to the stage where it's becoming a little bit silly.
100.
But there's something about Tommy, the fact that we know that he's very good in these short, sharp spells. So it's not a surprise that he can rattle off these 2 3-leg bursts in next to no time as well.
81.
No,
Tommy,
next
you
to no
require
time at all, shall I say.
118.
Double 20 would have left double 19, but
58.
once again finds himself with plenty of time on his side.
Off as good as Tommy Morris has been
60.
as
Tommy,
poor
you
as Hendo's
require
been so
60.
far in this game.
Game shot in the
Not
second
has a
leg. Tommy
game.
Morris.
The Super Series looked as one-sided as this after a couple of legs.
Third leg is John to throw first. Game on.
Well, Tommy Morris, he came in to this week as the favourite with the bookmakers to pick up a weekly title. He's playing
108.
like said favourite, and he's forcing his opponents to have to hit 180s, to have to hit big finishes, because despite the fact that Hendo's hit his first one, Tommy Morris has fired back with one of his own.
They're both on 9s.
And you had to say it, didn't you?
Of course I had to say it.
140.
Tommy Morris hits another one here. He hits another. Okay, he doesn't. Okay.
125.
Okay, might not have found a second max, but in the context of the way that this match has gone, 180 backed up with a 125, and again in a really strong position.
121.
Continually asking questions of John Henderson, but Hendo's starting to come up with a few answers.
140.
And then the answer to the
John, you
answer is rather
require
good as well.
60.
So, word of advice here, Hendo, I'd take this 60 out. He's being forced to get legs done in 4 visits.
40. Tommy, you require
I mean, to be fair, they're the
56.
first couple of darts that John's had at the outer ring, and he might not get any more
Game shot
because
the third
Tommy
leg,
Morris
Tommy
pins
Morris.
56, races into a 3-0 lead, averaging just shy of 110, courtesy of that 11
Third leg
darter.
is Tommy to throw first.
Yeah, this is a bit silly, isn't it? 102 in the opener.
91.
He's dragged it up to an average of about 107.5. And to be fair, the only reason that average of 102.62 was only 102.62 was because of the fact he missed a few
96.
darts to get over the line. That could have so easily have been 106, 107 that game as well.
140.
Well, you can kind of work out why he's 5th on the Challenge
82.
Tour rankings, why he's getting those call-ups to play on the Pro Tour.
The question is, why is he only 5th playing like this?
Yeah, I was just having a quick look, but these
140.
names that are above him are very familiar to us as well. You've got Joe Hunt, Derek Coulson, Tommy Lishman, Daniel Ayres, and then Tommy Morris in 5th, but there's not a great deal separating kind of 3rd through to 5th
100.
position.
Tommy, you require 130.
130 to get this wrapped up with what would have been a monster
90.
performance.
But still showing that little bit of measure to set up or to go the alternative route, not chase out a ball finish.
95. Tommy,
Tops
you
left
require
after 12.
40.
Tommy Morris is averaging in excess of 111.
Game shot
That's a
and the match,
13
Tommy
darter
Morris.
to wrap it up. 111.33 is the average for Tommy Morris, and that is a brand new personal best average for Tommy Gunn. Prior to that, his best ever anywhere in a recorded game was 107.36, but he's just absolutely obliterated it there. He has demolished John Henderson by 4-0 with the most incredible of performances. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. But before the break, Tommy Morris with a new PB average of 111.33 got the better of John Henderson by 4 legs to 0. Green and Idiot is game 6 on the menu on this Tuesday morning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And 2 players looking to get their first wins because Steve lost 4-3 to Danny Lauby in the opener, whilst our friend from the Netherlands, Twan,
First leg is Steve to throw
was
first.
4-1 the Thomas. However, Thomas
Gamer.
did average 102.62 in that particular contest, so maybe some mitigating circumstances in that particular game.
140.
Yeah, this is starting to get the feel of a group where you're going to have this one player completely dominating. John Henderson now has lost his opening
40.
couple of matches. But as you say, Tommy Morris at the moment hasn't had an average below 100 to date.
Off the back of a
60.
daily average yesterday that was in excess of 94, this is Wesley Plazier levels of Group A dominance amidst brilliant performances.
180.
As Uriot piles in a 180.
Yeah, but you talk about that first game that Uriot had against Tommy Morris, and we had to say in that match, give him full credit because he didn't waver
100.
in terms of his performance. He managed to actually get a leg off him despite Tommy ending on 102 average. However, for big sways of that match,
58.
it was right up there nearer 110 as well for Tommy. So I've liked what I've seen from Uriot so far.
57.
144 left for Steve to take the opening leg of this contest. What pressure could Uriot apply?
99, Steve. You require
He's
144.
got a slightly more makeable finish if he gets back to the oche, because Steve Green, well, he can't get that combination finish started.
60. Tvan, you require 124.
1 treble needed for a poke at the ball. Needed a dart 2. And not got. And Green himself may end up on
92,
that target
Steve, you
if
require
he finds a couple of
84.
fat ones.
Well, he's found the treble, so it's 2 in hand at double 12.
Game shot in the first leg.
He
Steve
does
Green.
manage to sneak it down under that dart.
Second leg is Tvan to throw first.
Well, I mentioned that group
Game
that
on.
Wesley Plazier won. That was in Series 8, Week 7, July 2024. And by the way, he didn't just pick up 28
100.
points plus 33 legs difference, averaged 96 for the group. He also did it in a group which now features 3 current tour card holders in Victor
81.
Tingstrom, Andy Bolton, and Cam Crabtree, who is the newly crowned
85.
Toronto Area Open Cricket Singles Champion. Many congratulations.
$140.
Yeah, Cam's been over in Canada. Big Canadian Open event in
60.
Toronto.
Yeah, Jess Smith won the main comp in the men's. Beat Keegan Brown in the final to qualify for Lakeside.
100.
And I think Dieter Hedman did a clean sweep of the women's 501 events. It is something you do find when you go and play over in North America, that there is a lot of
100.
events because cricket is very, very prominent in their kind of schedules as well. So not only do you get to play 501, you get to play cricket, you get to play cricket pairs, cricket singles. It's a busy schedule.
100.
And the
Tvan,
thing
you
is,
require
the
156.
players from the United States probably travelled further to Canada than some of the European players did to travel to that particular tournament.
Yeah, quite possibly.
So no surprise that they tried to
60.
cram
Steve,
that
you
weekend in
require
as much as
80.
possible. This has been far more productive so far for Steve Green. I know it's only a leg and a bit in, but it just looks a little bit better.
Game shot
That
the
is
second
better.
leg,
That
Steve
is
Green.
2-0.
It's like anything with Steve, isn't it? You're just kind of waiting for him to just switch it on. We've
Third leg
seen
is
him
Steve to throw
on a
first.
couple of
Game up.
occasions, including the week that he won, have that occasional off day, but he's managing to bounce back afterwards. Damage has probably been done in terms of
100.
ambitions to make it through via Group 8. But he will be looking to try and climb up the table and maybe negotiate himself a position into Group B if possible.
100.
Well, Group C was the passage in which he got himself into Champions Night through in the Champions Week just gone.
180.
Yeah, this is much better for Steve Green.
100. $91.
Yeah, I said this is much improved. Steve Green averaging just in excess
100.
of
Steve, you're
98. He's left
130.
himself on a finish after 9 darts, and he's got at least 6 from here if he needs them.
$94.
Doesn't need them all, but down to a double after a dozen thrown is very consistent indeed.
Yeah, bringing the average up to around 98. It's been really productive stuff from
105.
Steve Green up to
Steve, you
press. Picks
require
up the 25 there,
36.
Uriot to leave himself on a 2-darter. Should he come back?
Game shot on the third leg,
But
Steve Green.
Should become doesn't, because Steve Green with that 13-darter, best of the leg game, the
Fourth
best
leg is
leg of the
Savan
game
to
so
throw
far.
first.
It's
Game
before
on.
midday. I don't function, Laura. Puts him 3-0 to the good.
So it's that green tea you keep trying. Stick with the coffee, Henry, stick with the coffee.
140.
I think I might have to put an extra shot in tomorrow.
Well, talking of extra shots, I mean, it's only 1 dart missed at a double for Steve Green. He hasn't
100.
let Twan have any darts at the outer ring.
$123.
And the good news, everybody, is Game 7's coming up in a few moments' time, which means it'll be time for the Tungsten Teaser. It just turns out the Tungsten Teaser is going to be
100.
taking place during the fastest game of the day. Morris and Laube.
Yeah, we keep our eye on that fastest game record, which is currently sat at 5
124.
minutes and 31 seconds. They actually went 5 legs in yesterday, and they were only about 15 seconds off the pace.
Yeah, it was fast and furious, that meeting.
131. Savan, you require 114.
This to keep this game going, though. Treble 18 gives himself a dart at tops to give himself some kind of
94.
foothold back in the
Steve,
game.
you require 170.
Well, the big fish no longer on, so more chances for Uriet just to chalk up a leg.
96. Savan, you require 20.
So, double 10 for the Dutchman.
No score.
Doesn't go,
Steve,
and
you
so Green
require
returning to win at 74.
Single 20 for tops.
54. Savan, you require
Hasn't
20.
been too many misses at double for Green, but that could prove costly. Uriot now looking double 5.
10.
Well, he's had
Steve, you
chances
require
to
20.
reduce the deficit, but now Steve Green to finish this game off once and for all, to get his first win of the day, and only his
Game shot on
second
the
win
match, Steve
of the
Green.
group. But that was a far more productive performance for the Welshman. Average just under 95.5, 4 from 7 in terms of the finishing. There was a lot of positives to take from that for Steve Green. Coming up next, Tommy Morris against Danny Laube. On your marks, get set, throw. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where 2 rounds of fixtures have come and gone. We opened up with George Cressy winning a beaut of a contest against John Henderson in a last leg decider 4-3. Danny Lauby got his first win of the group by the same score against Steve Green. Tommy Morris has been red hot. That an average of 102.62 to beat Twan Uriot 4-1. Then we saw George Cressy get his second win of the day, beating Danny Lauby in another last leg decider. Then it was fast and furious as Tommy Morris with an average of 111.33. A new PB beat John Henderson 4-0, while Steve Green, another productive performance before the break, average of 95.43, 4 from 7 on the doubles to get the better Twan Uriot by 4 legs to 0. So that is what we have seen so far, and confirmation of what we have seen so far. There they are, the results in all of its glory. And as you can see, 4 of the 6 games have gone with the player against the throw. So let's have a look at the table and see how things shape up going into round 3 of the day. Thomas Morris with a 4-point lead at the top of the table, 14 to his name, and an 18-leg swing in terms of the leg difference from George Cressy in second position. He can virtually tie this group up today, could Tommy Morris, if he wins his last 3. Henderson on 8. He now looking to secure a Group B spot, with Steve Green looking to chase and make some wriggle room between now and the end of the session. So buckle up, everybody, because it is time for the Daytona 501. It is the darting equivalent of a sprint race as Danny Lauby and Tommy Morris go toe-to-toe, head-to-head. 5 lights and darting, these two. If you think Kimi Antonelli's Mercedes is quick, wait till you see these two throw darts.
Yeah, especially Tommy, because the way he's playing, he just seems to be quicker than normal because he's just not missing much.
First leg is Tommy to throw
As for
first.
Danny Lauby, it's definitely been
Game
a better
on.
start to today than it was yesterday. He picked up that first win, as you mentioned, and he narrowly missed out on a second win, losing in a last leg
140.
decider. But it is Tommy Morris who is off to a flying start.
To paraphrase the late, great
16.
Murray Walker, it's throw, throw, throw.
95.
I just wasn't expecting the tone of voice that came with that time, Henry.
Ironically, it's probably the best impression I've ever done of
54.
anybody.
Well, yeah, I have heard some of them. I will agree with you.
99.
Well, 35 seconds in and we're into our first checkout of the match. And he took this out to beat Danny Lauby yesterday.
100.
Could be back-to-back
Tommy
legs
required
one against the American
167.
with this self-same checkout.
Not to be on this
97.
occasion, but comfortable with a healthy lead in the opening leg.
60. Tommy requires 70.
So to put himself one to the good, treble 18 for double 8 was what he's looking for. Tops is what he wants now.
30.
And tops he's got time to look at.
100.
I
Tommy,
almost
you
feel as
require
if this
40.
might be a little bit too quick a game.
Game shot in the
What I
first
mean
leg,
by
Tommy
that
Morris.
is, yes, they're quick players and they like to get into a rhythm. But I just get the sense, particularly for Tommy Morris, I think he could
Second
spend a
leg is
lot of this
Danny to throw
game just
first.
racing
Game
around
on.
the yoke. I think he's just got to be a little bit careful of the pace.
Yeah, I think Danny is just taking that extra
54.
second or two to approach the oki. Obviously, the release, when he's up there and he releases, that it is normally in quick succession. But because of the way
100.
they're both playing, Danny will just stop, let Tommy walk past him, then release the darts.
Game 7 of the day,
100.
which means, Laura, are you ready
82.
for today's tungsten teaser?
Yeah, I'm ready as I'll ever be.
So, today's tungsten teaser.
100.
From the 1st of January to now, 3 players across the PDC circuit have hit over 300 180s in recorded games. Who are those 3 players?
140.
Tweet us at MSS Darts with your answer. If you get it correct, we will give you a shout out and a mention live on air.
140. $99. Danny, you require 107.
Double top.
Game
Oh,
shot
it's
the
another
second
ton
leg,
topper.
Danny Lauby.
He had a 111 in his opener, and he adds the 107 to the mix.
The leg is Tommy to the
Yeah, as we were
first.
saying,
Game
Tommy is playing very well, but Danny is playing better than what he did yesterday. It's a good
up.
finish.
42.
Now, I don't know whether this will be a help or hindrance in terms of
140.
locating today's tungsten teaser, but those three players are not in the Premier League.
100.
Yeah, I guess the
100.
players that focus on the Premier League perhaps aren't necessarily the ones that we see with regularity on the Pro Tour or the Euro Tours at the moment. So
135.
that does make sense. I've got a couple of ideas.
I get the sense a couple of your ideas might be correct.
43.
So at MSS Darts, and don't forget
100.
to follow us across our social media feeds.
$94. Tommy, you require 124.
Joe 14. Bullseye.
$99.
What Morris
Danny, you
couldn't
require
get is what Danny Lauby
124.
wants.
Wild first start.
29. Tommy, you require
Yeah,
25.
Danny Lauby not making really any inroads, and it's Tommy Morris once again. Double eight.
Game shot in the third leg. Tommy Morris.
Does finish it off in the end.
Fourth
2-1
leg is
to the
Danny to
good.
throw first. Game
Morris
up.
halfway towards an 8th consecutive victory. And he really is making this Group A look somewhat of a
91.
cakewalk right now.
$140. $43.
Tommy Morris, how many times is he
140.
getting that first start in the treble 20 bed? He's getting it right more times than not.
And that's been the biggest difference. And look,
100.
with pace, you're more often than not going to be an FDM, a first start merchant. And the difference between these two have been based on the fact that
97.
Tommy's been able to get that first start right and he's been able to work with it. As for Danny, he's been leaving himself a lot of work to do. How many times has Dart 1 dropped low? And the problem is, because he's got a loopy action, he's got to try and push over the top, and
54.
that's not
Tommy,
easy
you
to
require
do.
124.
Treble 18 for ball.
84.
Didn't have to go for it, so opted to set up tops the double of choice.
Now that first dart's the
100.
first dart.
Tommy, you
But
require
the problem
40.
is he couldn't follow it.
Game shot in the
And
fourth
it would have
leg.
been all
Tommy
academic
Morris.
even if he had, because Tommy Morris now one leg away from another win.
Well, this is his worst performance
Fifth
of the
leg
day,
is Tommy to
bar
throw
none.
first. Game on.
97.83.
50% on the doubles.
It's awful.
56. $96. $140. $140.
It says Danny Lauby on course perhaps
98.
for one of his best performances of the week so far, but may not have any points to show for it.
57.
Well, effectively, it's been a scoring average, hasn't it, for Danny Lau? He just had the one opportunity at a double, and that was at a 107, which that score in itself would inflate the average.
Should go bottom of the board.
44. Tommy, you require 108.
So 108 for Morris to get this wrapped up. To get this one by 4 legs to 1. The Shanghai on 18 is
72.
not quite there.
Danny, you require 164.
Treble 18. Should stay there.
132. Tommy, you require 36.
So this
Game
for
shot
win
and the match,
number
Tommy Morris.
8. Tommy Morris looks unstoppable right now. That was his worst performance of the day, and he still averaged 97. And no wonder he's got a smile that is beaming from ear to ear, because that's a 97 average, 4 from 8 at the doubles, and yet it was still his poorest performance of the day so far. He is street clear at the top of this group, 6 points ahead of George Cressy, who's in action next against Steve Green. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've reached the midway point of our Tuesday morning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, we saw Tommy Morris get the better of Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 1, average of 97 on the nose, 4 from 8 on the doubles, and that sealed win number 8 for Tommy in this group. Our
First
middle
leg is
match.
George to throw first.
of the session.
Game on.
Sees Steve Green and George Cressy go head-to-head. For George, if he's going to have any kind of outside chance of potentially winning this group, he has to win this game.
16.
Simple as that. Loses it. Morris is 6 clear, adding the heavy leg difference he has as well to his aid. I'm going to call it here.
100.
If George Cressy loses this game, Tommy Morris wouldn't mathematically win the group, but I don't see any way back, particularly because
81.
Morris plays Cressy in the next. If those two results go Tommy Morris's way, this is done with a day to spare.
Yeah, I'd agree. And then it's all about just trying to jostle for position for either Group
60.
B or Group C.
And Cressy will be very much aware of what Steve did in his previous game. He won 4-0 against Twan Uriot.
100.
Averaging 95.43, 4 from 7 in terms of the doubles. It was a very handy display, showing more the signs of a man who made it through to the Champions League final
100.
back in April.
Yeah, Steve Green looking very much more like
140.
himself in that previous outing. As for George, he's come through the right side of a couple of last leg deciders, but it's been up and down because there are
45.
moments in both
George,
those
you're about
games where he was by
120.
far the most dominant player and allowed his opponent back in for whatever reason.
Double top
Game shot
for
the
the
first leg.
120
George
to add to the
Cressy.
1-2-1, which he got to beat John Henderson earlier on today.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. $100.
And we were saying it was a good debut day for George yesterday, but I feel like he's pushed on just that little bit more. I've
60.
mentioned that we have seen some really solid stuff from him so far today.
He strikes me as the type of player that all week will just steadily get better day upon day. And whilst everyone's
100.
talking about what Tommy Morris has done, and rightly so, because he has been excellent. But he's the type of player that comes Saturday night in that one-off game, best of 7, could
60.
so easily upset the apple cart. Wouldn't surprise me if, come the end of the week, he could sneak under the radar and win the trophy, because we've seen it happen so many times before.
57.
That week we spoke about with Wesley Plazier and how he dominated things. Well, he lost in the semi-finals to Mike Warburton, a week which eventually
59.
was won by another former tour card, well, current, sorry, shall I say, tour card holder, Adam Paxton. Probably will be former tour card holder by the end of the year.
140.
This is a good reply here from Steve Green.
58. Steve, you require 104.
Yeah, you never quite know what you're going to get when you go into a Saturday night, do you?
20 scored. 56. 140, Steve. You require 48.
Possibly the biggest reaction we've seen from Cressy. A little raise of the eyebrows when that treble went in.
Absolutely ecstatic. 2-8s.
Game
Back
shot
on
in the
level
second
terms,
leg. Steve
1-1.
Green. The leg is George to throw first. Game on.
And you've got to hand it to Steve Green, the way that he's recovered from what was a very, very slow start against Danny Larby in the opener.
57.
Because I was just, I don't know about you, Laura, but I was just getting the sense that after that game that there could potentially be a long day ahead of him just because of what happened on Monday. But the recovery's been excellent.
Yeah, he just looked a little bit deflated, didn't he, after that initial loss, losing out in the last leg decider. But
180.
let's just say it's all about how you bounce back. And that 4-0 win over Uriot should stand him in good stead going forward. This is a match you feel that is pretty delicately
140.
poised between the two.
$100.
Ton leads herself on a finish after 3 visits to the board. However, Steve Green looks set to overturn the throw. This has been some leg against the darts of Steve Green.
140.
On 81
Georgia
after
require
9.
164.
Yeah, back to back to back 140s for Steve Green.
64. Steve, you require 81.
Potential 4-visit break on the horizon. Double 13, Brucey bonus.
Game shot in the third
Superbly
leg. Steve
taken, and that's a
Green.
12 darter for Steve Green to get the break and lead 2-1.
Fourth leg is Steve to throw first. Game on.
Best leg of the match so far for Steve Green.
I suppose this has to pose a question, doesn't it? Because
100.
at this present moment in time, Steve Green is pretty much exclusively plying his trade here when playing in vaults closer to home. But I just wonder, the more he has success here,
140.
the more that potentially he asks questions as to what more could I do, or whether he is just happy plying his trade at this level, because there's no doubt that there is talent
60.
there. But I wonder whether this burns a fire to maybe try other things maybe in the future.
Yeah, and there's so many options, isn't there? So many options available because obviously
100.
you've got that opportunity if you wanted to in January to go to Q School, and even if you don't get the tour card, if that's not quite what you want to do or you're not ready for that, by going to Q School, you can then do Challenge Tour. You can still continue to play
83.
here at the Super Series, but then you've got events in the WDF, and there's quite a few in the UK again now, from Scotland to Wales, Isle of Man.
140.
Somewhere not far from us in Selsey in a few weeks' time as well.
Sunny Selsey. And of course, Steve Green can play in the Welsh Open at Western Supermare if he wants to.
85.
The Wenglish
Georgia require
Open.
121.
Cressy looking at 1-2-1-6 from here. We'll look at the 25 first. Unable to muster.
55.
No, but even aside from that, you know, if it's a different kind of ambition, you can go on and represent your country, playing in just national Welsh tournaments.
97. Georgia
So it just depends
require
on the ambition of the
66.
individual.
Double top.
26.
Sings the wire.
Steve, you
Green
require
looking at
76
76 to move himself to clear, needing just one more for victory. Double top.
36.
There's a few of them
Georgia
high today,
require
hasn't he?
40.
Well, that's missed low. And now Cressy chasing the double round the
Game shot on the
board
fourth
and
leg.
picks
George
off
Cressy.
double 5 to level up at 2-all.
And remember, because Steve Green got to the Champions Week final, lost
Fifth
in the
leg
last
is
leg to side, it was
George
actually a
to
leg
reverse.
away from qualifying
Game
for the
on.
ADC Global Championship in November. There will be qualifiers for that in the North and South. There is every year. It's a one-off qualifier. Anyone can turn up as long as you've not got a tour card.
100.
And of course, the winner of the belt matches in the UK get invitations to that tournament. Expanded field of
100.
128 players in 2026. And every session is being played in front of a crowd here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
140.
Kicks off on the 1st of November. And we will finish on Sunday the 8th of November for a double session day, which will include the grand finals, where somebody will become the global
140.
champion, following in the footsteps of Devon Peterson and Jack Tweddle.
$80.
Bounce out for George means he wasn't able to leave himself on a finish. Opens the door here for Green if he can find a big
45.
treble, but can't find anything to set up a finish.
57.
Well, 1, 2, 4 left for Cressy to lead this game by 3 legs to 2.
140. George, you require 124.
It's going to have to go because Green's left himself on 76 to get the break.
Ball for a 1-2-4.
84. Steve, you require 76.
Well, if you are going to miss the ball, then putting it into a single 10 is not the worst thing in the world.
However, Steve Green looking to pinch his
56.
pocket. But this time, double top is dropped low.
George, you require 40. Game shot on the fifth leg.
Target
George
Steve Green
Cressy.
missed for the break is one that George Cressy finds to hold. And it is he who finds himself 2 within a leg
Sixth leg, it's Steve to throw
of a win,
first.
which
Game
will just
on.
keep him asking Tommy Morris a few questions. Let's take on the gun in a couple of games' time.
140.
Yeah, when this fixture was played yesterday, it was Cressy that
46.
just edged out Steve Green. You mentioned the fact earlier that Steve Green's leg difference, it's not too bad because he just missed out on a few last leg deciders, and one of them was against George.
42. $100. $97.
Perfect first start, but the second one explodes out the board.
$65.
Yeah, disappointing return there for George Cressy with one on the floor and the other just clipping the dart in the board and going into the 5.
58.
Is this another game that is destined to go all the way? It's only game 8 of the day.
100. Steve, you require 164. $41.
Yeah, just looking over the results for today, and they've either been rather one-sided at 4-0, 4-1, or they've gone the distance.
174. Steve, you require 123.
Well, now Steve Green had to take out the 1-2-3, or this game isn't going all the way because Cressy with that 1-7-4 setup has left himself a double A. But is he going to get a look at it? Yes, he
78.
is.
Georgia require 16.
Match-winning chance
Game shot.
taken
And the match,
by
George
George
Cressy.
Cressy. 4 legs to 2. It's a comprehensive win in the end over Steve Green. The two players race up on the stage, but it's all smiles for Cressy, averaging just in excess of 50% on the finishing. That was a key difference, including that high checkout of a 120. Well, coming up after a short break, we will see Uriot, and he'll be taking on John Henderson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, George Cressy got the better of Steve Green by 4 legs to 2. Game 9 is a meeting between Tran Uriot and John Henderson. For Hendo, played 2, lost 2 today, which means that he finds himself in a position where he just wants to keep his neck above water in terms of the Group B race. Wins this, he gives himself a 6-point buffer between himself, Steve Green, and his opponent, Twan. However, a win for Uriot would put 2 points between him and Hendo going into the last couple of games. The priorities for the Highlander have very quickly shifted, following the win the group at the beginning of the day to ensuring that he gets the next best insurance policy of a Group B position on Thursday and Friday afternoon. It's Uriot to get us underway. We're live on Pluto TV, which is available on your smart TV and your smart device. Download the Pluto TV app on the Apple App Store and Google Play to take the darts with you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Pluto TV, stream now, pay never.
Yeah, for John Henderson, he probably counts himself a little bit unlucky as to how things have gone today, because he lost out in that last leg decider in the very first game of the morning session, 4-3 to George Cressy. George taking out that 1-2-1 to actually take the match, and then ran into the best performance we've ever seen 96. From Tommy Morris. A 4-0 defeat for Hendo, but Tommy averaging in excess of 111. So, you know, he's had 2 losses in 2 different ways. There's not a great deal that you can do when you hit with a 111 average, but
170.
I do think that might be the one that got away that first match for him.
Just diverts the wrong side into the
90.
treble 5. Will return for 80. Should get a dart to win the leg when he comes back. What pressure can Hendo apply?
119. Tavan, you require 80.
25 and ball now. Bullseye!
55. John, you require 82.
Single 17. Tops.
Game shot in the first leg, John Henderson.
Mightily good for the Highlander. 15 darter pinches the pocket of Twan
Game up.
after he missed a chance at the bull.
Yeah, as mentioned already, John Henderson hasn't particularly underperformed. He's just come up against a mammoth average from Tommy and pipped to the post in a last leg decider against Cressy.
Yeah, the only below par performance was against a bloke who's averaging 111.33, and I think he, not that Hendo's the type of player that's going to give up the ghost, but I think there was almost an acceptance that probably a couple of legs in that he was just going to get battered off the boards.
41. 180.
Well, perhaps this is the match where it's John Henderson that puts in a real blockbuster performance, because it's all
John,
looking good at the moment for Hendo.
Joe 14. Unable to get, but plenty of time.
51.
Tops left after 12 to lead this game by 2 legs to 0.
100. John, you require 40. 30. Tavan, you require 137.
Slip from Henderson just offers a little glimmer of hope, but the hope quickly diminished for Uriot.
59. John, you require 10.
However, I'll just want to be a little bit careful here.
Game shot in the second leg, John Henderson.
Didn't want to make a mess of that double 5, but he doesn't. Because Alleghi had full control. It could have very quickly
Alleghi's
gone wrong
run
if he
to the
missed
very first.
inside, and all
Game
sorts of
on.
things could have happened.
Yeah, there are certain doubles on the board, aren't there, that you just... I think dart players like, right, do not go inside.
41.
That was in.
Just pausing to see what the decision was. The rule has to be that the point is touching the board. Yeah, double 5, double 7,
57.
double 1, double 9. It just I'm living my nightmares really at the moment. I think any odd double.
We heading back to the Indigo again.
100.
Oh, that's double 1. That is double 1 all day long. It really did feel like I was on double 1 all day long for a while.
140. 140.
Well, it's come together a bit more for John Henderson in this particular
81.
contest.
$50.
Oh, here he is. Made sure he's on a finish when he gets back to the Oki. It's the biggest of all. We've had the big fish threatened a few times already this week. Hasn't gone for anyone
Savannah
yet.
require 170.
Well, it would have been a case of hell's
44.
bells if that
John, you require
170 went for Uriot,
164.
but Henderson looking at 164, looking for a roof raiser. A roof raiser, but the roof can stay on the roof.
92. Savannah require 126.
Fair enough. Looking for the treble. Finds it. It's the ball.
Game shot in the third leg.
Beautiful
Savannah
finish
Uriot.
for Uriot. Yeah, and I like that, the respect between the
Fourth leg
players.
is John to
Hendo
throw
just offering
first.
out a
Game on.
bit of a fist bump to say well done.
Biggest finish of the week so far. Took out a ton yesterday.
100.
And the 126 just keeps him afloat in this contest. Still work to do. Still has to break Henderson back.
95.
But just a foothold back into this game for the Dutchman. Only problem is, Hendo isn't relenting.
140.
Another two treble turn, making best use of this leg with the darts.
140.
But it's a characteristic of Uriot that we noticed in that first match against Tommy Morris. Both players have been on the end of a ton average against Tommy so far today. That Uriot just
100.
doesn't seem to panic, doesn't seem to waver or change the way he plays, even if someone is firing in a lot against him.
134. John, you require 161.
John Henderson missed the bullseye for this for a 9-dart leg in the double start tournament. 86 left, should be treble 18 to the double 16.
79. Savannah require
Was the idea, but not the
132.
execution.
Same issue for Uriot. Idea's right, but
29. John, you require 82.
hasn't really made much of a dent in his score from 132.
73. Plenty of ways you can go for this.
42. Savannah
that's the
require
right way.
103.
If it makes you feel any better, I've gone treble 13 on 73 and ADC Vault event.
It doesn't make me feel much better now.
Does it make you better the fact that I got the treble and then missed
John,
the
you
double
require
17?
40.
Oh, I mean, I think it was just lucky for me that I missed the treble 13.
I was lucky to hit the treble 13. But there's no
Game
luck
shot
about
for
that.
the
That was just
John
pure class
Henderson.
from Hendo. 3-1.
Fifth leg is Savannah to throw first. Game on.
Still knows there's more in there, but I think we should go back to that point that we made yesterday, the fact that he hasn't played too much competitively
140.
this year. And I know that Hendo's not one for excuses, and we're not trying to make an excuse for him, but just trying to create that point that we might occasionally see
58.
some peaks and troughs this week because he's still trying to find that real competitive edge again.
180.
Uriet just levels out the 180 count, finding his first one.
100. 90.
'Hendo is on a pre-bogified number.
68. Tavania require 91.
Yeah, it's something that players now just try and avoid. Double 16 for a 91 finish.
59.
But Uriet safe in the knowledge that he'll be back.
Well, Henderson will now accept the fact that he's
60.
probably going to have
Tavania
to
require 32.
serve this game out in the next leg. Because he got the
Game shot in
break,
the
he's
fifth leg,
afforded
Tavan
himself this
Uriot.
opportunity. But it's an opportunity he has to take. It's an opening he has to cash in.
Sixth leg is John to throw first. Game up.
Led 2-0. Led 3-1. But now looking to win it 4-2 on throw.
140.
Yeah, and it's a good start for John Henderson.
60.
Hendo snuck across the line in this encounter yesterday in the last leg decider, and he's doing everything in his power
180.
to avoid another last leg decider. 140 followed up with a 180 for the Highlander.
120.
120 floor.
$85.
Big last start for John Henderson.
Leaves himself on 96 after 9 and now
81. John,
looking
you
to
require 96.
seal a 4-2 victory. He'll open up a 6-point gap between him and fourth place in the table. He'll give him a blanket of comfort. And the race for Group B does. 95 left. Now, he does go for the double 19. I think he was
40.
caught a little bit in two minds just because he had a little bit of luxury in the leg with Uriah all the way back on 240.
Well, perhaps they're staying at the treble at the top and then just
100.
tidying
John, you
up
require
at the end.
56.
Yeah, there's no guarantee he would have gone for the double 19. But now he doesn't have to because it's tops for the match. Well, yeah, and that tells you everything you need to know. Disappointing for John Henderson.
$32. Tavania require 140.
Double 12 is left if Uriot cannot take out the 140. If he cannot take out the 140, he is not going to take out the 140.
100. John, you require 24.
But he has set it up. If Henderson cannot convert this into a win.
Game shot. And the
And
man,
it is John Henderson does get across the line with a 4-2 win over Twan Uriot. Twan was making a comeback, but John Henderson just proved to be a little bit too strong for the Dutchman in the end. And that there, the tail of the tape, with the highlight being the 1-2-6 from Uriot. And then coming up next, we see Cressy back on the oche against Tommy Morris.
Worthing Academy to the Modus Live Lounge. The young prospects paving the future of darts. With the unforgettable experience of meeting the players and throwing on the Live Lounge stage.
I want to give everyone go mental for these three people. They have thrown amazing darts.
100. So the game on that one is to Owen. Well done, Archie. $99. Game to Ben. $58. Aussie. Ben. Aussie. It's Archie.
Think your academy would enjoy the full Live Lounge experience? Get in touch and email superseries@motorsports.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just finished our third round of 3, and you can see it's another win for Tommy Morris, who is absolutely firing on all cylinders today. George Cressy picked up his third win of the day, and John Henderson picked up his first win with a 4-2 victory over Twan Uriot. And there you can see Tommy Morris unbeaten so far throughout the last couple of days. George is unbeaten today, so it makes his next fixture really, really interesting, as he will be taking on Tommy Morris. You've got George Cressy on 12 points. You've got John Henderson now on 10, and Steve, Twan and Danny all at the foot of the table. Well, I mentioned that George Cressy will be taking on Tommy Morris. It is in this particular match, which could ultimately see Tommy Morris solidify his place at the top of the table, with the potential of going through the card once again. But for George, he is definitely having a better day today than he did yesterday. And yesterday was not bad at all. If he can get a win here, then he will also be threatening for top spot.
Well, for Tommy Morris, if he makes it 9 from 9,
First
he'll
leg
have a
is
6-point
George
lead.
to
You
throw
get the
first.
sense it would be job
Game
done
up.
for him in terms of winning this group. It may not be a mathematical certainty, but there would be a feeling that it's going to take two things to happen. A collapse from the gun,
100.
and then somebody to have some run on Wednesday to get over the line.
87.
And at this moment in time, it doesn't feel like those imposters are going to be anywhere near the middle.
Yeah, and I think Tommy, having
54.
played in this format on many an occasion, will understand the importance of this game in particular, because if he can see off his closest opponent, as you say,
140.
he's as good as got both feet in Saturday's finals.
Can leave a finish if he hits a maximum.
182.
And does find the max. And left that number that we've seen a few times this week. And
93.
167.
Georgia
Tommy Morris the only one to finish
167.
it so far.
Well, that was good ball management the visit before, because he went down to the 19s with the last start to ensure he was left on 3-4-7.
59.
Bought him, created him an extra opportunity through good mathematics.
80 scored. 99. Georgia require 108.
Yeah, he likes the lie. He likes double 14, so
60.
staying there
Tommy,
makes
you
complete
require
sense.
82.
Double top for the break.
42. Georgia require 48.
And tops for Cressy.
Game shot in the first leg. George Cressy.
It's an opening leg in 17 darts, but it's a hold, a throw. It could be an important hold for George.
Second leg is Tommy to throw first. Game up.
And Tommy Morris hasn't lived in a
96.
currency of losing legs. In fact, up until this point, in the second leg of game 9 of his group, he's only dropped 10 legs.
60.
132 out of 42 legs he's played in this Group A.
$140.
Yeah, we often talk about how well players are playing because essentially they've got the most points, they've had the most
58.
match wins. But yeah, when you put it into that kind of context, I think it amplifies the fact that Tommy is in top form.
95.
He's averaging 99 and it feels paltry right now.
$57. Tommy, you require 170.
Another in there, got the ball for a 170.
125.
And all of a sudden, normal service has been
96.
resumed for Tommy
you
Gunn.
require 45.
Just a bit awkward, has to move across
13.
the oche, and it's a good effort from Tommy Morris.
He's stunned as much as we are that he didn't find the double 16 with that last start there. But he is going to
60.
come back
Tommy, you require 32.
for 3 more of that particular target to level up at 1 apiece.
Game shot in the
And
second
eventually
leg.
finds a
Tommy
way
Morris.
through to bring us back on terms.
Third leg is George to throw first. Game on.
Don't forget, if you want to get in touch with us, you can do at MSS Darts. You can also get in touch with today's Tungsten Teaser,
140.
which today is all about what Tommy's about to hit.
140.
Not 140s. So, from the 1st of January to now, 3 players across the PDC circuit have hit over 300 180s on record.
100.
Who are these 3 players? And the clue is
140.
none of them currently are playing in the Premier League darts.
$91.
It's a good switch. And Cressy now will return for the big fish. We saw Morris narrowly miss
137.
out,
George, you require 170.
missing the bullseye in the previous leg.
$134. Tommy, you require 84. $72.
Unfortunate
George, you require
deflection,
36.
but a huge opportunity for Cressy.
Double 9.
Game
Double
shot in the
9
third
puts
leg,
Cressy
George
2 and up.
Cressy.
Puts Tommy Morris in a bit of a hole.
Fourth leg is Tommy to throw first. Game on. $139.
And when you watch Tommy Morris play, not only is, we talk about the speed of the release, but it is the switching, the speed at which he switches. There's no
57.
hesitation.
$137.
Such an elegant throw, isn't it? It's just not much in terms of the components of it that could possibly go wrong.
140.
Now you get the sense that every time both these players really step up to the oche, from what we've seen so far, that big scores are going to be found.
130.
Tommy Morris is quietly averaging 105. Doesn't feel like he's playing well.
58. Tommy, you require 95.
Well, he most certainly is playing well. He's looking at double-double, but will just tee up, and that's a bit of a slip.
42.
A
Check,
loose
41.
start, lapse in concentration for Tommy Morris.
But he's being afforded the odd lapse. because Cressy's nowhere near, so the brain's not as engaged because that
96.
necessity
Tommy, you
to
require
do something is
54.
not quite there, although there'll be a bit more necessity now.
14. George, you require 150.
Well, that's a long range chance here. And a grimace on the face of Cressy because he knows.
96. Tommy, you require
He knows
40.
that shots like that may have to go to get past Tommy.
No score. George, you require 54.
Well, Tommy Morris may be about to let this leg slip. Cressy for 3-1, and he'd have the darts to win the game. But because his darts sit like that, that's awkward. That's
Games on
awkward,
the
but he
fourth leg,
finds a way
George
through.
Cressy.
Just smothers it into the bottom left-hand corner. He has a 3-1 lead, and with the darts in hand now to
leg
inflict a
is
first
George to
defeat
go
to this
first.
group on Tommy Morris.
Game
I
up.
don't think there's a camera angle that does justice as to how good a dart that was.
Yeah, and it's a leg really that Tommy Morris should have had wrapped up much earlier, but
42.
he let Cressy in, and Cressy took his opportunity. There's 12 darts missed at the outer ring for Tommy Morris in this match.
140.
To put that into context, that's as many missed darts
81.
at a double in this game as he has done in the last 3 games that he's played today.
40.
Yeah, it's just uncharacteristic. But ultimately, you can only play against the way a player has played against you, and George has managed to stay in the match. And then just take the opportunities, and now he's looking to forge ahead. It's a great visit from Cressy.
And if he wins this game, he moves to within a couple of
100.
points. And what looked like academia that Tommy Morris would win this group would suddenly become a bit of a 2-horse fight.
58.
Yeah, both these players, one game left. Cressy will face Uriot.
100. George, you
Morris
require
has
140.
Steve Green left to go. Make sure of that single
100.
number.
Tommy, you require 121.
That really did go high in the sky. You can understand why. Because he now gets 3 darts in his
57.
hand to become the first player in this group to beat Tommy Morris. And it
George,
would
you
put him
require 40.
to within a couple of points of this seemingly unassailable man at the summit. One less, surely has to move to the left side, does do. But
20.
cannot smother away
Tommy,
through.
you require 64.
It's always going to be awkward, the lie of those first 2 darts, but a chance here now for Tommy to find a breaker throw, and it's tops the target for Tommy Morris.
24.
And here's another miss.
George, you require 20.
3 more in hand to become the first player to beat Tommy Morris this week. 5. Cressy
Game
crosses
shot.
the
And the
line
match,
and he
George
beats Tommy
Cressy.
Morris, the first player to do so this week. And it means we suddenly have a fight in our hands to see who wins this group. Because that win for GC puts him to within a couple of points of Tommy Morris, who missed 13 darts and a double in that contest. Simply put, that was his downfall. Coming up next, Danny Lauby against Twan Uriot. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Tommy Morris lost his first game of this Group A, defeated by George Cressy by 4 legs to 1. It means that we now have a little bit of a fight on our hands as to who's going to win this group. 2 points separating the pair. That double 5 sealing the deal for Cressy. Cressy crossing the finishing post. Tommy Morris knows he's got work to do. As for him, he's still got a floating chance of winning this group. Danny Lauby and Twan Uriot is next up to the hockey. Game 11 of our session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, for Danny, he got his first win of Group A in his opening match against Steve Green by 4 legs to 3, but then
First leg
subsequently lost 4-3 to George Cressy.
Game on.
And 4-1 to Tommy Morris. As for Uriot, he lost 4-1 to Tommy Morris, 102.62, then lost 4-0 to Steve Green, averaging 95, and then lost 4-2 to John Henderson, averaging just under 88.
100.
You mentioned a 4-0 there, and that was the result of this match yesterday in favour of
100.
Uriot. But as we've already alluded to, this is a better
43.
version of Danny Lauby today than what was playing yesterday. He's starting to get that weight of the first dart right.
34.
I see Twan hasn't got a nickname, has he? But I just wonder whether he could maybe
60.
be called Shania. Would that not impress you much?
That's terrible. Honestly, I might leave.
81.
Is that all I have to do?
Harsh.
100.
There's going to be a lot of people that have got that song stuck in their heads now for the rest of the day.
97.
Probably including those downstairs in the gallery.
134. Danny, you require 132.
1-3-2 to get up and running. Not to be this time, so Uriot looking at 64
92.
to get the break
Twan,
and
you
to
require
give himself the
64.
early initiative in this game.
Yeah,
39.
that's a miscalculation.
Danny, you require 40.
And it could be a real costly one.
Game shot in the
And it
first leg.
proves to
Danny
be-
Lauby. Second leg is Savan to throw
Well,
first. Game on.
He's miscounted, but I don't actually know what he's miscounted. He had 64 left.
100.
Anyway, that's consigned to the past.
92.
Yeah, the first time we've seen any kind of big miscount from anybody.
Yeah, we saw that James Buckby 129.
95.
That was meant to be a 119 last week.
30.
With Buckby, it was a deciding leg, and he had a bit of time in the back room to obviously recover from that afterwards. Whereas Uriot, obviously
59.
doing it in the first leg, it's having that mental strength to kind of write it off.
You can't let it stew on the brain, can you?
135.
As for Lauby, he really is playing in peaks and troughs, isn't he?
93. 45. Tavan, you require 154.
Yeah, another one in there. Tops for a 154.
134.
No calculation issues on that occasion for Hurriyet.
97. Tavan, you require 20.
So 2 10s to square up.
Game shot in the
And
second
2
leg.
10s
Tavan
is found, and we're back on equilibrionic terms at 1-1.
The leg is Danny to throw first. Game on. $100. $100.
Of course, as you can see there, DL2 on the back of Danny Laubie's shirt. Not the only member of his family to have played at the World
140.
Championships. His father, Dan Laubie, played 4 times at the PDC World Championships in 1999, 2000,
100.
2001 and 2004. Appeared at the World Match Play at the Winter Gardens in Blackpool in 1999. That was a
140.
great year for the World Match Play because Rod Harrington won it for the 2nd consecutive year. Laubie was defeated 10-5
81. Danny, you require 121.
by Jamie Harvey in the first round of that tournament.
41.
It was a really good event now. A lot of games went to tie breaks and extra time in that particular tournament.
Yeah, I remember watching that final. It was the year that I think that must have
43.
been out in
Danny, you require 80.
Gibraltar when that was played.
40.
Yeah, Rod Harrington beat Peter Manley 1917. And that was when Peter Manley went for that 9-darter by going double top and then the bull.
58. Danny, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Danny Laubie.
Well, you mentioned Danny Laubie, peaks and troughs, and that's a much better leg.
Fourth leg is Tavan to throw first. Game on. $140. $60.
Just having a look through that tournament. Harrington beat Manley in the final. He then beat Dennis Priestley
86.
in the semis. Peter Manley beat Phil Taylor 17-14. Colin Lloyd's first real breakthrough that tournament, getting to the quarterfinals. Peter Everson got to the
58.
quarters. Shane Burgess and a certain Chris Mason, who, shock horror, was beaten by Phil Taylor, who averaged in excess of a ton against him.
63.
Yeah, there was a bit of a theme going on there, wasn't it?
Well, luckily, I think I'm quite safe in saying that Mace probably isn't watching this broadcast today. Or at least he shouldn't be, because he's on his honeymoon in Greece right now.
100. $95. $140. Tavan, you require 117.
117 to square the game up, not to be this time.
93. Danny, you require 143.
But again, just tidies it up nicely and puts pressure on the 143, which isn't going to go.
43.
So
Tavan, you
for
require
another hold to
24.
throw. Harriet looking at double 12.
Game shot in the fourth leg. Tavan Juliot.
Use those first 2 darts as perfect guides for the double.
And so back
Fourth
on
leg
level
is
turns
Danny
we
to
are.
throw
Laubie
first. Game on.
looking to be strong again on throw. Now, Danny Laubie being here means that he won't be playing at one of our favourite tournaments of the year, because this
57.
weekend on the WF circuit, it is the Cherry Bomb International. Up there with the Choo Choo Classic
93.
and the Shoot for the Moon.
Yeah, there are definitely some uniquely named tournaments over in the US.
60.
Yeah, a tournament which Ethan de Vera is looking to
125.
defend.
$140.
Big visit from Danny Laube, one that he needed because he was on the back foot.
125.
And he still is again. Because Uriot's first down to a finish, but Danny back in the red bit.
85. Savannah,
Well, he's
158.
let himself on 159, more by accident than by conviction.
48.
But nonetheless, it's presented Uriot with 6 here for the break. Not really put too much of a indent of the 158. And so Laube will be more handily poised if his opponent doesn't take out the 110. He's now being forced to take it out.
Treble 18 was the target. But Danny Laube now, by way of hitting that 119.
50. Danny, you require 40.
He has got a chance to extend his lead once again.
Double 16.
8. Svan, you require 60.
Shake of the head because he knows that was a real opportunity for Danny Laube.
Game shot.
He's
the fifth day,
punished.
Savan Uliot.
Did feel that that was a double found courtesy of a bit of a deflection on that
Six-legged
occasion.
Savan to throw first.
Cradled
up.
into the tops off a dart 1.
$81. $45.
Well, a week is a long time in darts. And it was only a few days ago where Archie Self was the latest player to book his place into
140.
Champions Week 14. And we'll find out on Saturday who's going to join him. Tickets are available for the remaining weeks of Super Series 14.
85.
Head over to www.dartsworldstore.com to buy your tickets.
43.
And you never know who you might bump into on a Saturday night here at the Live Lounge.
60.
Yeah, especially if you've never been before. Honestly, it's such a unique atmosphere here at the Live Lounge. So you really are up close, really close to the stage.
100.
I'm almost part of the action.
Yeah, it's a little bit like when you go to the Lakeside or the Circus Tavern, although
60.
admittedly the
Savannah,
floorboards
you've got
here are a little bit more recent than
137.
that of the Lakeside. This for the match.
Well, he may not be winning the match on this visit, but he's got time. Danny Laube at the halfway
133.
point of the leg.
Well, the treble 18 leaves himself double 2.
100. Savannah, require 4.
For the match. Can he just loft it over the top? Too far over.
2. Danny, you require
That was almost the worst dart.
151.
Treble 17. Yeah, way off.
81.
And this
Savannah,
for
you
the
require
match.
2.
It's the madhouse for Uriot to win this game by a 2-leg margin.
Game shot. And the match.
And it
Van
is.
Uliot.
And that is a 4-2 win for the Dutchman against Danny Laube. The misery goes on for him, but there's all love there for the Dutchman. Coming up after the break, Steve Green and John Henderson. 5-6 of Klassen. But this would be some way to get the night up and running. Some way to
On
start.
the first leg. Yellow
The
Klassen.
Cobra's up and running. Not by choice,
Game
but
shot.
executed
And a match.
perfectly.
George Kellington.
It's a great guide with the first
Game
and
shot.
finds
And
it
a
with the
match.
second,
Work
and it is. But there's also the expectation. And there
On
was
the first leg.
plenty of expectation. Double 16 for the match,
shot.
and it
And a
is
match.
Buckby that
James
gets
Buckby.
across the line, 4 legs to 2.
Game shot. And a match.
James Buckby is a weekly finalist again, and he is hoping to go one step further than last time out.
Game shot.
Archie
And a
Self
match.
will take
Archie
on
Self.
James Buckby to be the next young gun into Champions Week 14.
Now double 2 is the target. Is that awkward?
Game
Not
shot.
at all, and
And
it's
a match.
Archie Self who
Modus
gets
Super
across the
Series
line
14.
eventually.
Week
It was an
4
emphatic
champion,
start
Archie
from the young
Self.
16-year-old.
Ladies and gentlemen, your week 4 champion is the archer, Archie
Archie Self, the latest player to send himself through to Champions Week. He got the better of James Buckby in the final. He joins Henry Quates, Neil Duff and Michael Huntley into the big dance in July, which is live here across Pluto TV. The date for your diary, incidentally, if you are keeping tabs on everything Super Series, is Monday the 20th of April for the Kickstarter Champions Week, and then Champions Night is on Saturday the 25th of July to see who will be the player who will be draped in gold confetti. Anyway, to game 12, Steve Green takes on John Henderson. Before the break, we saw Twan Urayat get the better of Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 2. And this, an intriguing meeting. If John Henderson wins this, then he pretty much sews up third position, or gets very close to sewing it up anyway. He'd have a 6-point lead for those in behind him. And we'd kind of know roughly where we're at in terms of the top 3. We'll just need to be jostling positions as to who would be number 1, who would be number 2, which is still a race going into the final games of Tuesday's play. Now, before we
First
get
leg
this
is
one
Steve to throw
underway,
first. Game on.
we've had a tweet from none other than Manchester United and England legend
57.
Wayne Rooney. Once upon a time, England's leading goal scorer in men's international football before Harry Kane took his
100.
record. Sending his congratulations to Archie Self for winning last week. So, great to see Wayne getting in touch.
60.
Hope you're well, pal. Sure you'll be busy prepping for the World Cup on the Beeb. 2 weeks in Salford and a
97.
couple of weeks in America, I believe. Shouldn't talk about Salford and sport today, should we?
60.
I'm sure Dan Dawson's rather happy today with his beloved Notts County going up.
Yeah, I did see a tweet from him. Elated, surprised.
140.
Yeah, I'm sure the gin was flowing.
Wow, talking of flowing, it's all going the way of John Henderson here.
60. John, you require 164.
164. Can't be done now.
40.
This was a really tight match between the two of them yesterday. It went all the way to a last leg decider.
$180. John, you require 124.
Well, big visit from Green puts on the pressure. This 1-2-4. Treble 18. And just south of the intended section of the board.
52. Steve, you
So Green
require
returning for 84 to get his nose in front in the contest. 14 and Zibul.
59.
Z miss.
John, you require 72.
Tops.
52. Steve, you require 25.
Opportunity goes to begging for Henderson. Green looking at 25 to get his nose in front. 2 darts, a double 8. Can he just nudge it off the first?
17.
Overcompensated.
John, you require 20.
And this was a bit of an issue in their game yesterday. Both had several missed attempts at a double. 15 in total for Henderson.
Game shot in the first leg. John
No
Henderson.
mistake this time.
Yeah, nice and simple for Hento. 1-0
Second leg
lead.
is John to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, you can see Steve Green. He was just over at the table mopping his brow. It is warm
125.
in the live lounge.
Is it?
Yeah, I keep forgetting because yeah, we do have a very nice air-conditioned comms room.
I must say, whoever installed the air conditioning in
100.
this building did a very, very good job of it. I'll be putting 5 stars on Trustpilot. You know what's going to
43.
happen as soon as we open up that comms box door? You know when you get off a plane and the door opens and that smack of warm weather just hits you? That's what it's going to feel like.
Indeed.
36. $121.
Well, a bit of a flyer with the third dart for John Henderson.
All I know is in this weather, posties will still be wearing shorts.
100.
It's a running joke because they wear shorts all year
100.
round, irrespective of the weather.
Yeah, I know, but it's obviously going to be far more likely for them to be wearing them now.
My pal's a postie, he'll get it.
95. John,
Anyway,
you require
112.
112.
To deliver leg 2.
$56. Steve, you require 170.
It's the big fish for Steve Green. Another for the ball, for the biggest finish of them all.
145. John, you
Well,
require
he gave it a good
56.
scare, but Steve Green could only find the green bit. And so Henderson here looking for a 2-0 lead, and double top will ensure it.
Game
Tops has
shot in
got
second leg,
Hento
John
2 to the good.
Henderson.
I suppose
Third
we've got
leg
to
is
that point of
Steve
the
to throw
day where
first. Game
we
on.
should answer today's tungsten teaser, which my esteemed colleague sat next to me got
100.
perfectly correct. Now, the question was, from the 1st of January to now, 3 players across the PDC circuit have hit over 300 180s in recorded games. Who are these
60.
3 players? Laura Turner, you've got them correct. I'll let you do the honour.
I've got the first two relatively quickly, in fairness. Bo Greaves,
Correct.
Vessel Nyman.
Yes.
Did struggle with the
81.
third, needed a couple of extra clues that no one else was privy to, but Kevin Dutz.
Indeed it was. So Bo Grease has hit 389 180s so far this season. Kevin Dutz,
85.
362. Wessel Nyman, 301.
I feel like I was on the back end of several of those Bo Greaves 180s so far this year, to be honest.
Yes.
45.
And with Bo Greaves' 180 record, that does include games on the women's series as well, just to add a extra caveat to that. Well done to those of you who did get the tungsten teaser correct at home, or wherever you're watching
55.
from. If you are watching in the office, I won't tell the boss, I promise.
$130. $119. Steve, you require 145.
Well, 145 here for Green, unable to get. In fact,
79.
nobody got the tungsten teaser correct on our social media feeds today.
To be fair, it was a tough one.
It was a tough one, but a good one,
45.
wasn't it?
Steve, you require
It's all right.
66.
Single 16 for tops.
26.
Steve
you
Green
require
has had 5 attempts at
137.
double. None of them converted. And this would sting if Hendo could find 137, but not to be.
And so Green looking at double top to get a
42.
foothold back into the game.
Steve, you require 40.
Two tens.
Game shot in the third
Bring it back
leg.
to
Steve
2-1.
Green.
Incidentally, Neil Warnock has also tweeted us. I kid you not.
Forward leg is
Congratulating
John to the very
Archie
first.
on
Game
his
up.
weekly win last week.
Got some famous friends, hasn't he, Archie?
Yes. There's worse phone books out there, isn't there?
140. $100. $140.
Opening visits for leg number 4. 140 back-to-back for John and Henderson.
$135. $60.
Only a 60, but it does leave him on a finish. Steve needs to watch his work here.
$96. John, you require 161.
Yeah, it's worked it out well. Steve Green's already had an attempt at the big fish in this match, narrowly missing the ball.
59. Steve, you require 170.
And now has another look at the fishy. But he's not going to get it in the dishy. So Hendo looking at
58.
102
John, you require
to
102.
open up a two-leg gap again.
Oh, it's a slip. I was looking for the single 2. It's gone in the double. It's a smile from Henderson because, yeah, he's back down the bottom of the board.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
I think that's the
John
only way to go.
Henderson.
I've never seen that before. Never seen that before.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think. I was just trying to think, actually, you'd feel it could be quite likely that we'd see more players going in the double
85.
2 and then having to come across. But I think when you've got 42 left, I would say the majority of players go the 10-6 route. And that's probably why we have not seen it before.
Well, this is a place where things you never
42.
expect unfold before your eyes. Just like that impossible dart of Thomas Junkans 3 years ago.
91.
Is that the one that kind of jumped out the board, then back in again?
The optical illusion, one of the newspapers called it.
140.
Of course, nearly 3 years ago since Fallon Sherwood became the first female player to hit a 9 dart in front of the
99.
cameras here at the Live Lounge. Subsequently, Bo Grease has done so on the PDC Pro Tour. Our good friend Sam Mulliner called that home.
100.
Yeah, we kind of leave our head, we're kind of scratching our heads, don't we, at what the next first could be. But yeah, we've seen a lot of firsts here.
99.
It's going to happen at the World Cup. Somebody's going to hit a 9 dart with the World Cup. I'm putting it out there now. Clip it. Somebody's hitting a 9 dart with the World Cup.
89.
I'm telling you now.
Steve, you require 127.
We were 1 dart away from a 9 dart in the
Team
pack.
Australia, wasn't it? Heta and Whitlock.
Oh, I was thinking here.
Oh, yes, yes.
The
The
one of
stupid one, wasn't
the
it?
most unique one you would have ever seen.
Yes.
29.
We might as well have just packed
John,
the
you
game
require
up and gone home if that
130.
was hit.
That's what Andreas Harrison.
Ursland, wasn't it?
Yes.
Well, this to win this match in rather more academic circumstances.
65. Steve, you require 98.
And this to bring us back within a leg. Double 12.
74.
Fine
John, you
margins.
require 65.
Well, Henderson to move on to 12 points. He's going to have 2 darts in his hand, a double top,
Game
to
shot.
get
and
the
match,
game
John
wrapped up. A
Henderson.
4-1 victory for John Henderson. He moves on to 12 points in the group. He takes on Danny Laupy in the last game of the day to finish on 14. He gets the better of Steve Green 4-1. Professional job done there by the Highlander, you'd say. Coming up next, Twan Uriot takes on George Cressy. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 3 more games to go on this Tuesday afternoon. And before the break, John Henderson got the better of Steve Green by 4 legs to 1. 3 more games to go. Twan Uriot against George Cressy. Tommy Morris against Steve Green. And Henderson against Lauby. So, Tommy Morris at the top of the table. He's picked up 16 points, 8 wins out of 9. George Cressy closest to him, and he can actually move level on points with Tommy with a victory in this one. John Henderson on 12, Twan on 6, Steve Green on 4, and Danny Lauby with just the solitary victory in this group so far. So, Uriot and Cressy go head to head in game 13 of our session. The first match from the final round of fixtures on this Tuesday afternoon, and a chance for Cressy to complete the card and to move, as I say, level on points with Tommy Morris
First
at
leg
the
is
top
Twan to throw
of
first.
this Group A
Game on.
table. The way he's been playing today, it's been attainably good, hasn't it?
96.
Yeah, we mentioned yesterday, obviously, George here on debut picked up 3 wins, 6 points, but you just feel like he's settled in even more so on
83.
day number 2.
$140. 58.
Yeah, this was a fixture that saw George win out 4 legs to 0 yesterday.
45.
Arguably, you would say, I think he was a bit nervous in his opening match, but again, he settled in pretty well.
140.
Yeah, it's been some decent stuff. You'd say 5 of the 6 have played fairly well today. It's just Danny Lauby's
140.
kind of continued his struggles from Monday morning. It's corresponded into today, but the Dutchman
60. Twan, you require 80.
looking at 80 to take out this opening leg. Now, this could be a bit awkward. There's a lot of tungsten in the way of that.
40. George, you require 160.
High with the first start,
56.
which means Uriot
Twan, you require 40.
does have another chance to get this opening leg, a hold, a throw.
Game shot in the first leg. Twan Uriot.
Uriot takes the opening leg, comfortable hold.
Second leg is George to throw first. Game on.
Just looking at his shirt, Twan's that is. Not much to say about George's.
60.
It's a typical dart shirt. Do you reckon Twan looked at the Northern Lights and thought, yes, that all on the shirt?
41.
There is a lot going on. But you do tend to find that, the personalisation of shirts now. I think
60.
any and every level of player seems to have them. There's a lot of artistic license when it comes to these shirts.
Indeed there is.
60.
Yeah, it certainly does look like the Aurora Borealis. Or Borealis, as I've been rightly told. Now, Aurora is for the Roman goddess of the dawn.
100.
And Borealis is the Greek word for the north wind.
I've got to do this. It's Borealis.
60.
To be honest, I was just trying to get through a war without messing up.
82.
If you need a hand, just ask me. I'll insert the word for you.
140.
Or just stick to Northern Lights. It's fine.
I need to stop adding context.
Yeah, at times you can see them all the way here in the UK.
95.
Yeah, particularly live near where Hendo does.
140. George, you require 104.
104 for Cressy to level this game up at 1 apiece. We'll stay there. Well, the double means 90 scored, so double 7 left.
90. Tavan, you require 60.
Well, this to double his lead.
Game shot in the second leg.
Cleanly
Tavan,
taken
Uriot.
by Uriot.
Third leg is Tavan to throw first. Game on. $180.
First maximum of the match. And it is the Dutchman that finds it. I wonder how much George at the moment is actually thinking about the fact that he can go through the card.
81.
I'm not sure George is a big thinker. I think what I mean by that is
60.
he just gets on and he simplifies the task. I'm not sure league tables and permutations is something that he will look at too much
100.
now. He'll just know he's had a very good day and he'll just move it into tomorrow. So I say, look at his demeanour, the way he goes about everything. He doesn't
100.
strike me as somebody that makes the game more complicated than just going up there and trying to win legs.
85. Tavan, you require 161.
Well, back to the darts, and
85.
Uriot once again in a really strong position.
$90. Tavan, you require
Well,
76.
plenty of thought put into that. Making sure he's on a finish if he gets to come back to the hockey.
Tots a
Game shot
3-0.
the third leg. Tavan, Juliot.
Well, plenty to ponder now. 3-0 it is.
Fourth leg is George to throw first. Game on.
18, 17, 15, the leg by leg.
$57.
Like I say earlier, we said it at the beginning of the day,
45.
didn't we? Where Tommy Morris was going hell for leather, hitting ton plus averages. As great as that is, there is something to be said about a player who's got this
59.
seeming consistent streak, like Cressy, particularly as the week goes on. We see it so often with Neil Duff, the amount of weeks that he's won here. And sometimes he's not been the best
100.
player when he's won weeks. He'll just flatline at a decent level, but it'd be flatlined at an attainable enough level that on a Saturday he can go and poach a best of 7 game, sometimes against the best player of that particular
140.
week.
Yeah, absolutely. But for Cressy, he's in a bit of trouble in this particular fixture because Uriot, a bit like yesterday where he
100.
saved his best till last. Yes, he did lose that match, but it was his highest performance in terms of average, is looking at doing something similar here.
180.
Well, Cressy's just been restricted to the one dart at double in this match, but you think that's about to change.
65
24.
required
Georgia requires 65.
to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. It'd be the first step. The first step of the comeback trail.
Game shot in the
The
fourth
first
leg.
step
George
is
Cressy.
complete in 14 darts.
Fourth leg is Tavan to throw first.
But that
Game
was,
on.
I'm saying just a hold a throw. It's an important hold a throw in the context of the match, but needs to find a way of breaking the Dutchman.
58.
Needs a break in this leg, or we're going to have a break at the end of this leg.
140.
Cressy just in with a bit of a squeak
135.
now.
140.
And that 140 is just asked the question of Uriot.
Yeah, we haven't seen anyone bounce back from a 3-0
58.
deficit. And that is what George is going to have to do if he's to go through the card today.
140.
But this lends itself pretty much to what you were just saying, that he's been one of those players that has just kind of been at a very consistent, good
100.
level. But now
George,
his
you
back's
require
against the wall.
81.
We're seeing another standard from Cressy.
81 left after 9. Double 12 for a potential 11.
69. Savannah, you require 150.
But again, you've got to give credit to Uriot, who has remained in this match, in this leg, and he's got a chance. Double 18.
132. George, you
Just
require
pulls it on the
12.
inside. And so Cressy now double 6, straight down the middle, straight down the pipe.
Yeah, pressure is on,
Games on the
but
fifth leg. George Cressy.
George Cressy finds a way through.
Sixth leg is George.
Well, the
to throw
comeback
first.
very much on.
Game up.
Back on throw this game all of a sudden.
$57.
Really enjoying this Tuesday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And don't forget, when the
96.
action stops, we'll have more bonus content for you on the Pluto TV network. Bonus content,
60.
Tungsten Talks, reliving games through the archives, other shoulder content for you. And if you do miss any of the darts, then you can tune into our YouTube channel where we have a
140.
highlights package of every single day's play across this week 5. Bite-sized Super Series excellence.
98. $57.
Well, Uriot has the slight advantage in a leg that George threw first in.
95.
And after this visit, should be the first one down to a finish.
$60.
Well, he is first down to a finish, but it's a rather awkward one. One where he has to be perfect.
63. Savannah, you got 148. $52. George, you
Not as much
require
off that 148 as he'd
128.
have liked. And Cressy here looking to level things up. Needs the treble.
58. Savannah, you require
So 96 for Uriot to win it 4-2 and to deny George Cressy the perfect day.
56.
Shake of the head because, yes, he has set up.
George, you
but
require
will he get back
70.
to the Oki? That is the question.
Well, he does change his MO on this checkout a fair bit, doesn't he? Double 16.
Games on the sixth leg.
And
George
we're going the
Cressy.
distance. Cressy trail 3-0. And now we have a last leg decider on our
The final
hands.
leg is Savannah to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Cressy showing some real fight back ability. So easy when you're 3-0 down to just allow your
41.
head to drop slightly, but none of that from Cressy. He's actually upped his game, upped his levels from that position.
100.
Well, from 3-0 behind, George Cressy's put himself in a position where he can complete the card, win 5 out of 5 and have the
81.
perfect Tuesday here at the Live Lounge. And that first start's going to help.
140.
He's stolen the darts.
Yeah, good adjustment with the second dart. And follows it up with the 140 of his own. Oh, this is good from Cressy.
180.
Second maximum.
81 left after 3 visits to the board. Remember, George Cressy had trailed this game 3-0.
99. George, you require 81.
He's 81 points away from completing the comeback and completing the card at the same time. Bullseye to do it.
56.
Bullseye is just low.
Svan, you require 140.
Well, both players have now had a match dart each. Uriah is not going to get any more here. Uriah's match dart
60.
came when he was 3-0 up. Could have
George,
won
you
4 legs to
require
0.
25.
And now on the other side of the coin to complete the comeback. 2 8s. Should be able to bump them off the barrel. Oh,
17.
He overcompensates.
Svan, you require 80.
Uriah's finishing has been good. Top, so double 10.
Game
and
shot.
it is
And the
Uriah
match
that gets
done,
across
Uriah.
the line in a last leg decided. Denies George the chance of going through the card. Shake of the head from George Cressy, as he did have 3 match darts of his own, but whilst the comeback was on, he was held off by Uriah. That there, the tail of the tape, and we still have a couple more matches to go, and next it will be Tommy Morris against Steve Green.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, we saw Twan Uriot get the better of George Cressy by 4 legs to 3. Game 14 is a meeting between Tommy Morris and Steve Green. For Tommy, he's looking to end the day on 18 points. It would give him a 4-point gap at the top of Group A going into Wednesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. I mean, it's Steve Green, who's kind of had some ups and downs today. There's been some good performances. There's also been some ropey stuff in there at the same time. Truth be told, we don't quite know what to expect from him. As for Tommy Morris, he, for the first time, is looking to respond to defeat because he lost 4-1 to George Cressy in his previous encounter. Averaged just under 89, but it was the 1 from 14 on the outer ring, which did for him. The scoring, however, no problem whatsoever.
No, I was about to say, it'd be interesting to see how Tommy Morris bounced back from that little bit of adversity. 'Cause he did look like a bit of a frustrated figure, because it wasn't just a defeat, it was a heavy defeat. It was 4 legs to 1 at the hands of George Cressy. George then had the opportunity in the previous match to go through the card himself, and he was denied by Uriot. So Tommy will sense that this is another key opportunity, that despite losing that match, Cressy hasn't made the most of it, and he can stretch his lead again at the top of the table.
First things first, Steve Green with an equipment change.
100.
The flights are now all white. And he'll be hoping it'll be all right.
Looking to
45.
mix it up,
Tommy, maybe feeling as if his fate is now sealed. So just having a little tinker to see whether that makes any difference.
100.
Nice, leaving in cell 64 after 12. Looking for normal service to resume.
100. Tommy, you require 64.
Double 8.
48.
So 2-8 when he returns. What pressure can Steve Green put him on? He's going to put him under ample.
139. Tommy, you require 16.
He needs to take this
Game's
cleanly, and he does eventually, because that was the one element, I think, in that match against Cressy, his previous match, that
second leg is Steve
was
to throw first.
uncharacteristically not like Tommy Morris, because he was 7% on the doubles. He was 1 from 14, and it proved to be very costly indeed.
100. 100.
And Tommy will also feel as if, because George Cressy lost that previous game to Uriot,
57.
that he may feel as if he's got away with one because he lost that game previously.
It's just that added incentive, isn't it?
83.
Yeah, if Cressy had won, they would have been tied on points at this stage. As it stands, it's still Tommy at the top with 2 points clear.
140.
Well, at the beginning of the day, Cressy was 9-1 third favourite with the odds compiler to win the group. Tommy Morris set off 8-13 odds on. I'm sure he'll probably be floating around a similar, if not shorter mark, when we get back underway tomorrow morning from 9:30 here on Pluto TV.
140. 135. Steve, you require 64.
That's a good response from Steve Green. Double 8 for
Game's
Steve.
up the second leg. Steve
14
Green.
dart holder throw.
Gets us back on level terms at 1 apiece.
Third leg is Tommy to throw first.
14 darter, decent quality contest.
135.
And I imagine part of the problem for Tommy as well, I know we're only 2 legs in, but because of what he did in game 1 and game 2, I know this might sound like the most obvious
96.
observation that somebody could make. However, it is very difficult to try and replicate those performance levels time in, time out.
100.
I'm wondering if that's the level that he's expecting of himself now. He's already talked up the fact that, you know, he has been on the Pro Tour, he has been approached by top players who have expressed the fact that they, you know,
125.
been impressed with the way that he's been playing and performing.
139.
Sometimes the biggest fillet is the fillet that you give yourself. Sometimes you've got to find that right mix, haven't you, between taking on the right advice and then blocking out the outside noise.
60. Tommy, you got 127.
127.
87.
But he's not going to go for the game. That was an impression of Paul Hinks, in case you were wondering.
I mean, I
60.
knew,
Tommy, you require 40.
but it's lucky that I knew.
Game
He's
shot
from
in the
Yorkshire, in
third
case you're
leg.
wondering.
Tommy Morris.
14 data back for Tommy Morris, leads 2-1.
Four-legged Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Hinksy again. Always just the most fun and positive company you could ever keep.
91.
I'll be seeing him on Saturday after I have a 2-day excursion away from here. Mr. McCorn will be in the hot seat.
100.
Fresh from a few days in Reese, or how the other half live.
$121.
Mind you, it's not as nice as it is in Portsmouth right now, is it?
Honestly, UK is the place to be. It's hot outside, and
40.
the temperature is definitely warm in here.
Yeah, the commute back isn't going to be fun because everyone's going to be going to the seafront.
180.
Both players averaging a ton now.
82. Steve, you require 109.
But once again, Steve Green on throw. Proven to be very effective.
Yeah, 20 scored.
Double 16.
77.
He's not there.
$100. Steve, you require 32.
So 32 here for Steve Green to square the game up, and he's got 2 visits to do exactly that. Double 8.
16.
Doesn't go, but as I say, he's got time to his side.
That time, though, is running out.
39. Steve, you require 16.
Good set-up play from Tommy Morris, but could be all academic if this double 8 is
Game
pinned.
shot on
And
the fourth leg. Steve
it
Green.
is in the end, and we're back at a level game.
Back at 2-2, and all
is
of a
Tommy
sudden
to
it
throw
becomes
first.
a best of 3.
Game on.
16, 14, 14, 16. There's a pattern and symmetry about this
97.
particular contest.
$81. $180.
That last dart, thrown with a smile on his face with the knowledge that it was never going to miss.
Carries on like this, he won't be far off 300 180s for the year. Well,
60.
Won't be far off 3 180s. Only one off of that in this game. This is going to not be 180 number 3.
100.
But it's a very good leg. Got to finish after 3 visits to the board.
$60. Tommy Carr, 124. 60.
He didn't chase the treble 18 ball route because he didn't have to.
come back for 64 to put himself to within a leg of victory.
100. Tommy, you require 64.
Solid ton for Steve Green. Morris returning for 64. Double top it is.
Game shot in the 5th leg.
And just
Tommy
like that,
Morris.
Tommy Morris is 1 game away from a 4-win out of 5 day.
6th leg, it's Steve to
Averaging
throw
just
first.
a shade over a ton.
Game on.
He's been hitting that for fun today. If he was to get over the line, averaging 3 figures, it would be the 3rd time he would have done it. And I'd love to see if that happens, what his average for the day
100.
would be. Because it would be monstrous.
131.
Yeah, we're talking about that game that he lost as being a bit of a blip, but even in terms of average there, you're still looking just shy of a 90 average.
60.
And when you consider there was 13 darts missed at a double, you can still see the scoring power was there.
60.
Notice it, it's all because he follows that first dart so well. Once it's set in the treble, that's it. You expect at least one more to follow.
40.
As you saw a few months ago, the scoring power pack graphic that we showed at the bottom of the screen. If he doesn't tend to find many one-shot wins,
60.
because he usually tends to find a couple, if not 3.
$131.
Good ball management from Steve Green, leaving himself the big fish again.
137. Steve, you require 170.
It's been threatened a few times this week, but it hasn't been taken yet this week. And it's not going to be taken there either.
134.
Yeah, I'd say
Tommy, you've
Steve
got
Green himself was probably the
113.
one that had the best attempt at the big fish.
81.
And this,
Steve,
you
you've
feel,
got
has
36.
to go.
To keep any hopes in this game flickering. 2 9s.
18.
Doesn't go, and so Tommy Morris
Tommy, you
comes
require
back.
32.
Looking at 32 to seal a 4-2 win.
Game shot.
And to
the
make
match,
it
Tommy
4
Morris.
wins out of 5 on Tuesday. What a day's work that was for Tommy Morris. 2 ton plus averages. That one a 99.65. Added with a 97. He lost just 1 game. But other than that, he was virtually unplayable. He has got a 4-point lead at the top of the Group A table going into Wednesday's play. 1 more game to go. Henderson Laupy. Our final game of Tuesday afternoon comes in the shape of John Henderson and Danny Laube. Before the break, Tommy Morris with an average of 99.65, 2 118s, 4 from 7 on the checkouts, got the better of Steve Green by 4 legs to 2. He has a 4-point gap now at the top of the Group A table going into Wednesday's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, ahead of our final game between John Henderson and Danny Laube, as I aforementioned. For Henderson, he can leapfrog George Cressy onto 14 points with victory in this particular
41.
contest, and it would pretty much lay in motion the top 3 being secure and the bottom 3 basically jostling for position
100.
within where they start their Group C campaigns on Thursday and Friday afternoon. For Danny Laube, it's been better, but it's been another trying day for the American. Got that first win against
81.
Steve Green, and maybe at that point we thought possibly he could push on as a byproduct. It's just not happened again. And
44.
tomorrow it's just going to be about regroup, reset mentality, you think, going into Group C on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, I do agree. But Henderson not making the strongest of starts in this last match either.
22.
Yeah, well, forget about the first 5 visits of this particular contest. It won't go down in MSS Gold archives.
100.
If it does, then the archives would have been hacked.
$30.
It was the one thing we kind of brought into question yesterday. Mentioned the fact that obviously John Henderson, he's been working and playing on the exhibition circuit, but the competitive side of things he hasn't done as regularly of late. And you just wonder how much
120.
how he just keeps going as the day goes on. Does the level of play drop off slightly?
60.
And this is an endurance test for players who are match sharp, let alone players that aren't. And for John Henderson, because in those exhibitions you tend to play one game a night, maybe one best of 7, something like that. So he's effectively
81.
gone
Danny, you require 60.
in darting terms from a 100-metre sprint to doing the 10,000 metres.
40. John, you require 146.
Despite the slow start from Henderson, he has got a chance here.
80 scored.
For the one thing, and the exhibitions are great, and if you get the
110.
chance, head
Danny,
over
you
to the
require
Darts World
20.
store and get a ticket for one of the Modus exhibitions. They are a great
Games
night
on the
out
first
as Laube
leg,
takes the
Danny
opening
Laube.
leg. An excellent night out, a great chance to meet and greet the players.
Second leg is Danny to throw
And
first.
I know the players love
Game
doing
on.
them. But at the same time, there's something different about this kind of competitive edge, isn't there?
Oh, 100%.
140.
I think it's it's twofold as well when you consider the Super Series format, because
100.
it's not a format that players normally end up playing as well. It's round robin. Normally you lose a game and that's it. You're out and you're on your way home. So
100.
you've got that side of things, but you've also, as you say, just got that. You don't lose the competitive edge, but sometimes when you're in a pressurised situation, if you're not used to playing
100.
in those environments of late, then it can just catch you.
57.
Laube at the moment, to his credit, is making the most of the fact that Henderson's just a little bit off the boil
85.
right now. 6 darts on 204 to open up a 2-0 lead and to put himself
60.
in a real position of comfort in this contest.
$42. Danny, you require 144.
Yeah, frustration for John Henderson because he's afforded Laube so much time.
96.
Yeah, Laube just doing a professional job, plotting around mid-80s average. Just doing what he needs to do. Hasn't had to pull up any trees
40.
as of yet.
Danny, you require 48.
And he'll probably feel as if he's still got another couple of visits to get this leg one. Double 10.
28.
Clips the wire. Henderson
John, you
does
require
get an opportunity at the
134.
134.
But again,
58. Danny, you
so
require
let off
20.
for Laube.
Game shot in the second leg. Danny Laube.
Two really well thrown darts. Uses that first marker really well.
Third leg is John to throw first. Game on.
2-0 to the good. And he'll be hoping, Danny Laube, to be bookending his day with victories. Won his opener against Steve Green and the last leg decider.
134.
In fact, if he can win this game, be level on points with Steve Green. The only problem that Danny's got is a major plaguing issue in terms of the legs
100.
difference.
Yeah, because the defeats, when they have come, they have been heavy for Laube.
Steve Green actually found the one
83.
win, didn't he, against Uriot, but that was about it. Every player has picked up points today.
131. $45.
We spoke about it yesterday, but when you watch John Henderson, notoriously he's got that kind of rocking motion backwards and forwards, and for me, perhaps he's
45.
just not quite getting. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot to the throw, and he might just not be getting the timing right, because there is a lot going in the fives, a lot going in the ones, and you see John kind of pulling a bit of a face as to why it's happening.
36.
Why me, why now? 6 from here for Laube to get the double break, a 3-0 lead and a comfortable cushion in the
45.
contest. Not Danny Laube's wisest decision.
$29.
But still, afforded 6. Love to leave himself on tops. I'd love to leave a 2-darter.
60.
Doesn't either.
You can just see there that kind of rocking motion's very much more prominent.
81. Danny, you've got 120.
Yeah, frustration for Henderson.
And it feels more pronounced because he's trying to
60.
force the
John,
issue
you
a little
require
bit more.
93.
$74 left, treble 14. That goes high, so I'll be back for 60. The double break and a
39.
3-0 lead,
Danny,
and then
you
all
require
of a sudden
60.
he'd have the darts in his hand to get the job done. Double top it is.
Game
Double
shot in the
top
third
is
leg.
found.
Danny Laube.
And Danny Laube has a 3-0 cushion. And with the darts in his
Third
hand
leg is
here
Danny to throw first.
to wrap it
Game
up to zip and to bookend his day with wins.
121.
Well, a rare pause from Danny Laube. And it was an opportune one because he managed to adjust really well after that first dart.
60.
And this would be a complete reversal of what
43.
happened yesterday because John Henderson won this meeting. It was the beginning of Monday's play by 4-0. Danny Laube only got the one dart. Had a double in that game. John Henderson hasn't had any
90.
at the outer ring so far.
Yeah, bit of a head scratcher because we have been saying how well John's played. He'll feel rather aggrieved today. He's been unlucky. Lost that first game
81.
in a last leg decider. Then came up against a Tommy Morris who was not holding back, averaging in excess of 111. So he has been up against it. But this one is, by
41.
John's standard, a bit of a subpar performance. But take nothing away from Danny Laube. He's Finishing has been pretty decent. Had the clean 60 checkout. He's 3 from
91.
8, so... But that is a bogey number.
So Henderson needed a 140 to leave himself on the big fish, so not too much damage done. Feels like from here, Laobi is just trying to see out this 4-0 win.
95.
Well, the 95 leaves himself on 70. Henderson again in a position where he needs to hit a ton to leave a finish. So this to wrap it up.
43. Danny, you require 70.
He opened up the day with a win, did Danny Laobi. Is he going to finish the day with a win? And a comprehensive one at that. It's a 4-0 win
Danny Laobi.
for Danny Laobi against John Henderson. It didn't quite happen at the end for Hendo. For Laobi, it was a better day. It's still not him at his sparkling best, but he will take it nonetheless. He beats John Henderson, our final game of the day. 4-0 reaction from the studio coming next.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Tuesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth has come and gone. Tommy Morris still has a comprehensive lead at the top of Group A, and it is George Cressy that is his closest rival to him. So it's a 4-point gap. He's doubled his lead, Tommy Morris, overnight. He's on 18 points. George Cressy in second on 14. John Henderson, he can only pick up the couple of wins today. He's on 12, but he has got a 4-point gap between him and Tran Uriot in fourth position, with Steve Green and Danny Lauby still the players at the bottom of the table, both with 4 points respectively. It's been another great day's worth of darts. We've been watching it in the company of Laura Turner. She joins us here in the studio now. And for Tommy Morris, he just carried on, didn't he?
Yeah, one slight blip, I guess, if you would call it that. But, I mean, when Tommy's playing well, we saw it in those first couple of opening games. You know, 111 is the peak that we've seen from him today, but ultimately it was a bit of everything. The finishing was still on point. The scoring was most definitely there. So, yeah, another good day at the office.
And that was a PB for Tommy Morris. Previously to that, or at least what we've got as data anyway, was an average of 107.36. But in terms of back-to-back performances, to recreate that level, because that was off the back of 102, which could have been a little bit more as well, that just shows that this is a man that's ready to really take that next step.
Yeah, and he's starting to do that, isn't he? I think being on the Pro Tour, you can just see how much it's helped. Not just improving his game, but improving his confidence, that belief. Everything just seems to be clicking at the right time for Tommy Morris, and he's brought that game here. There's always question marks when people come here. Are you going to do it again and again and again? Because the format, it's not what you're used to seeing. So the fact that he is repeating it, I think that's also very impressive.
And the fact as well is he had that little bit of a blip against George Cressy, and then the way he responded in that last game said a lot, didn't it?
It did, yeah. I think he averaged just shy of a ton in that one as well. But the fact that he's sensed the opportunity, despite having that first bit of adversity where he has lost to George, he's just bounced straight back and he's solidified that place at the top again.
88 was his lowest average today, and that was his lowest average by 9 points. That basically tells you the level he was playing at. But in terms of second place, it was George Cressy who is the best of the rest. He completed the card on Tuesday, and he was just solid. It was just flatlined at a really high level, wasn't it?
Yeah, really good to see. We said yesterday the debut day was really good. He won 3 wins, but he pushed on even more today. He said to you this morning that he thought, you know, there's definitely levels that he could bring out, and we're starting to see them. He was unlucky not to go through the card in the end. He was 3-0 down. The comeback was on, but unfortunately just lost it in that last leg decider.
He narrowly missed out. John Henderson in third position. It wasn't quite as good as Monday. It's fair to say it was a little bit patchy at points.
Yeah, it was up and down. Totally unlucky in the first match where he lost again in a last leg decider. He was the one on the back end of that 111 average from Tommy Morris. And, you know, the last game perhaps just losing a bit of the wind out of his sails in the last one, losing 4-0 uncharacteristically, just not being able to find that treble 20 with regularity. But, you know, a couple of good moments in between, so still plenty to play for. May just be a place in Group B, but obviously some good stuff from Hendo.
So he's in third place. He's got a 4-point gap from the player in fourth position, and that player is Tran Uriot, who we're seeing some good bits from. I suppose the next question will be, is he able to harvest it maybe on a little bit more of a consistent basis?
Perhaps, yeah. I think what I've liked from him in terms of his attitude, whether he's 3-0 down or 3-0 up, there is no change. You know, that sense of urgency is always the same. He doesn't, you know, drop his head. Still manages to plough in some big scores, stay in the matches. But as you say, consistency is probably the main thing. But you consider he's here himself on debut. I think he's made a good of account of himself so far. He's only a couple of wins behind John Henderson in third place. So if he could start off well tomorrow, then maybe he will threaten for a place in Group B.
In terms of Steve Green, is tomorrow about resetting himself for Group C on Thursday and Friday?
Yeah, and again, there was one really good match from Steve Green today, but he's just picking up the solitary win each day. It's not what we kind of come to expect from him, because he's just done some really good things recently here in the building. But ultimately, he knows that he's got that backup plan. You know, you can reset after Wednesday, go into Group C, perhaps just try and play himself into a bit of form tomorrow.
And then Danny Lauby, he won 2 games today. It was more positive, but I'm sure at the same time he'd be thinking there's a lot more left out there.
We know that there's a lot more that Danny can play, you know, in terms of his levels and how he can play. Just hasn't quite clicked. But as you say, there is improvement today, and that's what you've got to focus on. He's doubled his wins. didn't get any wins on Monday, 2 wins today. So that's a positive in itself. And then you just build on it. And a bit like Steve Green, it's about that reset mentality. And then, it's likely going into Group C, just starting all over again.
Right, let's have a look at the table once again. Tommy Morris, as we know, has a 4-point lead over Lake. What do you sense he's going to have to do to get over the line? Is it a case of maybe 3 wins and be done?
That's what it feels like, but that's not going to be enough for Tommy, I'm sure. I'm sure I could see the disappointment in his face that he didn't go through the card again today. I just think that's going to be his main focus, just winning every single game and just leaving on such a positive note and coming back on Saturday.
It's going to be interesting to see George Cressy in second position. He looks like he's going to be safe for Group B. And if it's not to be in terms of winning Group A, I'm sure he'll take that and say, do you know what, that's a really positive start to my debut week here.
Absolutely. He said to you that the main focus for him, be it through whatever group, is to make it through to Saturday. Group B, we say, is easier as such to get through, just because it's 3 players that qualify through out of 5. So if he's in Group B, I think he really fancy his chances.
Be very interesting to see. Laura, thank you very much. We shall see you again later on in the week. Plenty more coming up from us here at the Live Lounge and on Pluto TV. Coming up next, it's a different kind of programme. Steve West, the life of a darts player, talking about the ups and downs. And Steve's story is absolutely incredible, from beating Phil Taylor at the World Grand Prix to some of the lows of his career, injuries, etc. That's coming up in a few moments' time. And then we go to the other side of the coin and become a little bit more farcical here at the Live Lounge with the Pranking Dart Players programme. Owen Bentz is being Anton Deck for that particular programme. And then, of course, Group A continues. It comes to its close tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. We will see who the first player through to Saturday night's final is going to be and who's going to join a rather cosmopolitan field at Champions Week in July. That's it from us. We'll see you tomorrow from 9:30. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match start.
5-star performance.
Ball for big fish.
It's